It started. Oh. I mean, we're on the stream start screen at the moment, so our voices are going through though.
Okay.
But if people turn up, that is gonna be fine. It's been crazy, man. I was playing that mobile game that I normally play.
Tower of Fantasy.
Yeah, and so one of the events required you to go into what's called the Oasis nightclub. So I went in there to get my rewards, and I got demonetized because they were using licensed music.
Oh,
I was like, "Come on, man!"
that's not
And so
cool.
I contacted like the community team and whatnot, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy, this isn't right, man. You gotta do something." And they're like, "Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that." And I'm like, Get us whitelisted. What are you on about? There's nothing you can do.
Jesus. He says, note to chat, we need a hit list. A list of fanboy coping clowns who show up in our streams and get roast frequently. Because they want Alex's attention. Instead, they're getting our attention. We can't get them all every week. But if there's a name on the hit list who has an embarrassing moment and there's a way to fit them into a video, I'd like to nominate our first name, Mr. Bob Joe. We won't clap him.
Man,
This week, far too busy, but not only did Bob Joe get roasted and exposed by Alex and then proceeded to get dunked on by everybody all night by you guys, and is still trying to get more loving the comment section on the stream, he wants to take swings at yours truly, weak jabs, but still, I think my name deserves a bit of respect around these parts. I don't matter anywhere else but our community, but I'm the weapon. You guys decide where it's focused on.
hey, Brandon, how's it going? How's it going, Brandon? But yeah, I was supposed to be live like a couple of hours ago, but nah, I needed to refuel a little bit. Stevie! So I was trying to get something set up today, but the powers that may be decided that it's not going to work in my favor. So it will be working for next month. Not next month, next stream. Hey, Adidas 20 with that 1 month membership. Thank you very much, dude, with the yes. All right, I think we can switch over. So as you can, there we go. Get over it. Nope, that's not the channel that I want to go to. And you're missing me, of course. So let's bring me up. All right. With Final Fantasy 14 just around the corner, we're almost there. So that's gonna be good. But we're gonna be obviously talking about other stuff today, and I've got today with me one and only Power Boss, who's pretty much in every single chat that I go across. Like literally, he's everywhere.
I try.
He does more than try. He literally lives there. I assure you. Hey, Rick Miles. Hey, Power Boss. Do introduce yourself.
Hey everybody! I started following, albeit sadly, Reforge Gaming first.
Oh God. All right, get out.
Uh,
Just get out.
hey, wait! It was before Starfield came out. Okay, I thought he was an alright dude at the time, and I have since learned the errors of my ways after following Alex and Frit and Chaos and everybody going around making the rounds, and that's before I found out pretty much what of a douche he is. I didn't know anything about his past at the time. I have since found out more, so believe me. um,
Yeah.
but I'm an avid gamer. I play on everything. I enjoy the interaction of all the communities, but I am slowly turning away from the PlayStation fans because I've seen the idiocy that a lot of the hardcore PlayStation fans have been putting out.
Sweet. Adidas with that $10, 2024 direct may be better than Sony Holt 2023. Apparently, there's actually been a mini showcase for them that they're like going crazy for that 2 minute showcase. So we may check it out later. I'm probably going to get demonetized to hell for it because Do you remember that? I was actually looking for my glasses. That's how tired I am. It's on my face. But yeah, for the next stream, I'm actually going to get like a whole layout sorted so we can actually have. I mean, if Power Boss wants to join again, if he's available, or someone else in chat wants to jump in, feel free to contact me through Discord. So we can actually, have a proper system layout where we can have the news on the right as it is now, and have us listed so you can actually see who's talking. So try to be a little more professional.
Absolutely.
Wayne's World. Hello again, Chaos. Hello, Wayne. It's a commercial intro. 2 Min Showcase? I mean, I saw a 2 Min ad that showed a whack load of multiplats and a couple exclusives. I've seen it all over YouTube today. Is Xbox going third party? We're going to discuss that today. And the short answer is no. The longer answer is it's complicated, and it's something we're going to discuss today because I think it's worth actually having that discussion and just seeing where we are at the moment. I think there's a lot of misconceptions. I think there's a lot of wrong messages being thrown around. And I do believe that, Phil Spencer is the primary culprit for this because, let's face it, if the game that's going to the Switch or wherever it's going is a Bethesda game, he has lied to the community. Plain and simple. There's no two ways about it. He has broken his promise because he gave his word, like we're going to see in a little bit. But before we get that far, I wanted to talk about this because I think this is damn cool. And the fact that we've actually got our second showcase before PlayStation gets there first, because that 1 minute trailer doesn't count. I think it's damn cool. So, what do you think of the showcase? What else, Power, do you think is actually going to be there? We can see Indiana Jones. I'm not sure if you're seeing it on screen, but we can see Indiana Jones. We've got
Ninja Theory,
Hellblade.
Machine Games, which is Indiana Jones.
Yep, we got Avowed in the top. I didn't think Avowed had guns, but apparently it. I mean, that looks like a gun, right? Or is that a spear? It looks like a gun.
Maybe a spear gun. It could be.
I don't know what the one
what
on
Oxide is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. When I first saw it, I thought it might actually be what is it, like an Everwild style? But obviously that's rare, so it's not going to be these guys unless they actually took it on board. I didn't even know they had Oxide games.
Well, from the looks of the picture, I actually have it pulled up on the Xbox Wire right now. It looks like it's like a Dynasty Warriors style.
Interesting.
But it's supposed to. Oh, it's Ara History Untold.
Ah, so that's what it is. I actually wanted to see what that game was, so maybe we can check it out at some point.
And then, of course, on the bottom left, Ninja Theory is Hellblade 2.
Yeah, Steve's right. Ubisoft are doing a Splinter Cell. It should come out sometime between 2089 and 3043. We may not see it in our lifetimes, but at some point, I do have faith that Ubisoft will actually get it out there. It's probably going to be like Sam Fisher's great grandson. That's actually going to be the main protagonist. But with the way they're working, would you blame me for thinking that? I mean, do you actually honestly believe Skull and Bones is coming out?
Hey, I'm happy that it's got an official release date now.
Yeah, until it gets pushed back again.
So it says Ara History Untold. Hear from the leads at Oxide Games, a studio founded by veterans of the strategy genre and the creators behind the classic strategy titles, including Civ 5, as they unveil exclusive new gameplay and share more details about the inspiration, key features, and road ahead for their upcoming historical grand strategy game.
Beyond Good and Evil 2? I mean, I think the start of that game's title pretty much says where it's gone. It's gone beyond where no one will ever find it.
Now, I'm actually interested to see what's coming from Bethesda other than the Indiana Jones, mainly because they do state that ZeniMax Online Studios is going to not only have ESO
Yep.
show something, but they're going to have a separate showcase later for Starfield, specifically for Shattered Space.
Yes. I mean, this what we're seeing here is like an Xbox kind of like a show, a combination of everything that's gonna come out, but it's not gonna be like everything. You're gonna have your separate Bethesda one, and just like Bethesda, ZeniMax have their own showcase. I suspect we're gonna get an Activision one. We're gonna get a Blizzard one because Phil Spencer did say that he wants them separate. He wants them doing their
Yep.
own thing. So I suspect we're gonna have different showcases for each of them. Though when it comes to Activision, I feel sorry for the guys because they're pretty much just a Call of Duty machine. They really do need to expand a little bit. Duke Nukem would be cool, except the last Duke Nukem that came was so bad. I don't think even Duke Nukem wanted to come out of that game box. It was bad.
Yeah.
That was that was that was really bad. Um, we've also got like the Oblivion remaster. I'm curious if we're gonna actually see that in this developers direct. I mean, I'd really like this developers direct to be like an hour long. I want it to, actually be a meaty one, not like a 30-minute one. I want them to actually showcase what a lot of the studios are doing and not just focus on 4 or 5 games. So, I mean,
I'm
that's
thinking
my
it's going to be at least an hour long.
and we will be streaming it on the day here on the channel. So for those of you that want to hang out, watch it. It's gonna be cool. They said 50 minutes, yeah. So I'm hoping it's gonna be just a bunch of information about just loads of games. I'm not really interested in seeing games that are gonna come for the next Xbox. I mean, more on that in a bit because the question marks over that right now are not great. But I'm more interested to know what's going to come out this year. And it's something that I see Nintendo doing really well. I mean, recently they did waver a little bit, but most of the time when Nintendo make the Nintendo Directs, it's like, hey, look at all these great games, and they'll be available within the next 6 months. That's what I think companies should now focus on. What's coming in the next 6 months or within 2024? I don't want to know what's coming in 25, 26, 27. You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, don't get me
What's
wrong, it's
coming out
cool.
meat and potatoes now?
Yeah, I mean it's cool what's coming in like 10 years time, but I kind of want to know what's coming now too. Like that should be the main focus, and maybe have a little bit at the end, like a 5 minute reel of future projects, and then just literally like quick bang one, 30 seconds each one, just to like tease whatever it is. Uh,
Right.
Rick, they got Outer Worlds 2 avowed, grounded updates, cool. Power, if
Yep.
oh that's for you. If we
Yep.
leave
Yep.
Bethesda. Lots of questions for you. See, you're already more famous than me.
No, no. He just asked me a question, or asked a general question. Microsoft needs to give Obsidian the Fallout IP. I said, nah, it's fine staying with Bethesda.
I mean, they have a lot of. They've been doing that a lot, Shane. I'm not sure if you guys actually read, but Hi-Fi Rush was actually supposed to be revealed. I think in 2022 or was it 2020? Like the teaser was supposed to be in 2020, and then they were supposed to do like a proper trailer for it in 21, and then
And
basically
COVID.
marketing promotion in 22. But because of the buyout and then everything else that happened with ABK, it kind of got pushed back and back and back and back until they kind of said, hey, the game's been ready for like a few months now. Can we just drop it at this point? Because it's just sitting there and aging like sour milk, and they dropped it.
Well, see, Rick Miles, saying to get it out before 2034, yes, I agree with you, except for the fact that we want the games to be the best that they possibly can. Um, in order for them to have it any sooner than that, they're kind of overlapping and spreading their people too thin unless they just literally hire an entire another studio that's worth actually putting the things. out on a regular basis, because then you're looking at cookie cutter games like The Last of Us 2 and God of War, where it's the same thing, and we don't want that.
Right. But at the same time, enough studios now to be able to handle that.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
assuming they've got at least 3 or 4 support studios in there that literally just go and support different parts of, the ecosystem within there, whether it's within, um, Blizzard, Activision, the ZeniMax Group, or the Microsoft Game Studios. So I think, at this point, that kind of worry, I don't think is valid. I get it because we've seen so many broken games come in the past, but
Hmm.
I also think releasing one Halo every 15 years isn't good enough. Right? The reason why Spider-Man is so popular on the PlayStation is because they release it every other year. It's almost like a every 2 year cycle. People don't forget about it. They keep it in that notion. Even God of War. I mean, that was 2018 and what, 2022? The God of War Ragnarok?
Yeah, it came out last year.
Right. So it's like you know, it's a very small development window between there. Obviously, they're reusing assets for a lot of those games, so that definitely makes it a lot easier. So I totally get that. It's not a complete rebuild, but I do think that certain games just need a shorter development cycle to be there. Like certain flagship games just need it, in my opinion. Um, they don't have to have photorealistic graphics. They
Absolutely.
just need to be an amazing gaming experience. The first time I jumped into I remember because I used to have a Dreamcast, my Sega Saturn, um, and then I had a choice between PlayStation and an Xbox. And when I saw Halo, that was it. That blew me away. That was like the first game that made me go, "Holy crap, I need this!" And I loved it. I loved every moment of it. The music, the gameplay, everything was just phenomenal. Um, but you kind of want that magic brought back. And I feel like in the recent games, even though they're taking so long, they're experimenting too much and not actually getting that vibe back. And I think they should just go back to their roots, even if they have to like completely redevelop the original Halo Combat Evolved from ground up and just work on that all the way through the series and just make it better, just something. But I do think they do need you know games in between. So I mean, they've got Halo 5 out now, so Halo 6, well, it is infinite. I guess it wasn't as infinite as they hoped.
But it's getting better.
No, not the multiplayer. I'm saying the single player wasn't as infinite as they hoped because that was supposed
Gotcha.
to be a live service where they released content periodically with story updates and beats on it. Um,
Somebody said that the next Halo update should make the campaign open world.
I mean, if it's coming with that infinite, that's great, but they need to maintain that. I don't know, maybe every year, like how Destiny does a
Oh,
yearly update.
absolutely.
It can't go like 5 6 years. It really does need to maintain that
It'd be
yearly update, that yearly cadence update. So you're playing through the campaign, you're doing that live service stuff, you're enjoying it, and then boom, new content comes a year later. You're back in there with fresh stuff. That's what I'm saying. That they kind of need that flow of content.
yes, yes. And if they were to try to do an Halo open world, there would be no multiplayer. It would be built into the open world aspect because otherwise it would be too much to maintain.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Keenan, thank you very much for that sub.
Um, Brandon, the developer direct is going to have Bethesda in it because Obsidian, or not Obsidian, Machine Games is working with Bethesda for the Indiana Jones title. There's going to be an additional Bethesda only developer direct that is going to be for Starfield,
Yes,
but we don't have a date for that yet.
we probably won't get that for a little bit. I think
Hey,
that
we
would
got a
be.
pony in the chat.
Oh no.
Hello, last.
Oh
And now
right.
I
Yeah,
don't
you're
think
not.
Hellblade 2 is coming to PS5.
No, it's not. They're probably. You know what it is? They're probably going to get Pentiment. That's what it is. I don't even think it's
Well,
Hi-Fi Rush.
They did say in the little rumor leak that a game is coming to the Switch. There is no mention of any PS5 anywhere.
No.
Now, I did see somebody on Twitter a few minutes ago that did shout out saying Avowed has finally gotten console titles on its marketing, and it shows Xbox Series X and S, Game Pass, and PS5. I don't know if that's legitimate
Nah, it's
or if
probably
that was
Photoshop.
just,
That's probably Photoshop.
yeah, I was thinking so.
So but hey, Lost, the fact that you're begging for Xbox games, you're on your hands and knees praying to Phil Spencer, please see me. I really need those Xbox games because my PS5 is so trash and we got no games. And I know we have no first party games coming in 2024 or 2025, maybe even 2026. So please, Phil, save us. I know that's exactly what you're doing right now with your Shrine of Phil. You really need to stop it though. It's getting a bit embarrassing. I mean, not even us Xbox fans are that bad. Not even us, not even us are that bad.
uh,
But you know, I'm quite excited for this developers direct. So hopefully, it will be good.
I'm just wondering if PlayStation and Nintendo are going to take a cue from Xbox
No,
and start allowing games from their systems onto the Xbox platform in Game Pass,
no, I don't think they
because
will. I don't think they will at
they
all.
could they could do it just like Xbox is doing with smaller titles, bringing it over to their systems.
See, I think for the time being,
I said they
they
could.
I don't think they need to because the both what see Microsoft's approach is I want to attract as many people onto Game Pass. The console is great, but the console is just a kind of entry level PC, right?
That's usually what it's always been.
Well, not really, because before the games were on PC, day and date, the console was the console. Once it became day and date on PC, the Xbox itself became an entry level PC. The Series S just became kind of like, you know, a feeler, if you could say, a really cheap way to get into next gen gaming, like the baseline model. So to me, it's like you've got the Series S, you've got the Xbox, then you've got your PC.
Yeah,
And from a lot of the rumors that I'm hearing at the moment from people in the industry, there's actually a cloud box that's coming. I know we've known about that for a while, but I think it's actually it's
Project
actually
Elwood, right?
yeah, and I think it's actually pretty much done. And the way they're gonna do it is bundle it with 3 months Game Pass for a certain price, or if you sign up to a year's Game Pass, you get the box for free, and
Hmm.
that way they get people onto the subscription for a whole year.
Yeah, that would certainly do it all right.
PS5 is getting all Xbox games. No, they're not.
Just because they're being rated on other systems does not mean that they're coming to those systems. And you would literally get a PC because a PC is always going to be more powerful than any console. The industry for technology moves too fast for a PC to be on par with a system. The
Exactly.
system is specialized to make sure that you can play with ease.
Yeah. You know, my PC, which has a 3090 Ti, when I crank up everything to ultra, you ain't getting what I'm seeing on on Xbox or PlayStation. No way. Have you seen the newer Cyberpunk mod on PC that alters the lighting to give it that photorealistic look?
I think somebody I watched stream on Twitch and showed that.
It's
I haven't seen it
amazing.
personally.
It's amazing. Seriously, like there's no way. There's no way you're gonna get that. But you know, Xbox decided to come out fighting. What do you think of this attitude?
I thought it
I
was
mean, I
hilarious.
totally like the bread part because I really need that toaster in my life. Yeah, I've got the Xbox fridge too. I got the mini fridge.
I think
But
Steve Money and Doodle just got the toaster.
I need the toaster. It's just not available in the UK yet. It's only available in like America and I think maybe Canada.
Gotcha.
But it's not actually here in the UK yet. So I'm waiting for it to come so I can pick it up. I really think they have an allergy here to say exclusive first party games. But the problem that I'm seeing here isn't the fact that they don't use the word exclusive. See, I actually had a really a lot of people got really upset with me last night um, on X, and because I was basically saying that despite the fact that the word exclusive isn't used, the fact that to me Steam is a platform, right? Some people are
Yeah.
saying it's not. I would argue it is. And
It's a medium for PC as a platform.
yes. And now the argument that I would use for that as well is Final Fantasy 14. I play Final Fantasy 14 using the
Yep.
original launcher. Hey, Squiggles, how's it going?
It has its own portal, yeah.
Yep. But if I wanted to use that account on Steam, it doesn't work.
Right.
I have to connect it to Steam's portal, and once I do that, I can't use the original launcher. So I would never connect my account to Steam for that reason.
Right.
Um, but if I have to connect to their ecosystem in order for my game to work, that means it's its own platform,
Yeah, absolutely.
right? The fact that Game Pass PC games cannot communicate with Steam tells me it's its own platform. So the notion that Phil came around and said in 2021, which we're going to see later as well, that you know Bethesda games will only appear where Game Pass is.
Going back in the chat a little bit, I would love for Phil Spencer or Sarah Bond or whoever over at Xbox to remake Lost Odyssey or make a sequel to that game along with Blue Dragon. I don't think it's as much as people are wanting it. It's going to happen. It was an amazing 360 game, but just because those two games aren't there does not mean that Xbox does not have good games worth not buying the Xbox. Yes, if you have a PC and you have a decent enough PC, you can get just Game Pass and be perfectly fine playing most Xbox games through Game Pass on your PC and not need the Xbox. Xbox is not in the market of selling consoles, at least not anymore. They've admitted that.
Have they though? They haven't actually come out and said that because Phil Spencer comes out and says repeatedly that the core Xbox console is our primary focus. Every time he comes out to reassure people, that's what he says. And I
Well,
just
just like Jim Ryan said, if PlayStation loses the COD marketing with ABK, that the PlayStation ecosystem will never recover. Phil Spencer did at the same time come out and say, we have officially lost the consoles sales to PlayStation and Nintendo.
no, they did, but the reason why they lost, the console sales was because of the Xbox One. The Xbox One was probably the most catastrophic console that
This is
almost
true.
killed Xbox, right? Don Matrick's design of and Phil Harrison's combination. I mean, wherever those two go, they just sink any company. I mean, they went to Google and you saw what happened to Stadia.
Right.
Um, they just are not very good people. I mean, I think wasn't it Phil that went over to Nokia and that died too. So you can see that wherever these two cancerous people go, the company's dead. So I'm just hoping maybe one day they'll come to where I work. But anyway, moving on from that point, Xbox went unmanaged for about 2 years as a console. It was kind of in limbo without any kind of person at the head of Xbox until Phil stepped in and became the CEO of Xbox. Now, a lot of damage was caused there because if you look at the PS2, when you had your PS2, when you went to the PS3, unless you had the backwards compatibility version of the console, it essentially was a clean slate, right? And if we
Right.
go back PS1 to PS2, go back to your Mega Drive, go to your SNES, every rendition that came along, you started the generation anew. You could hold on to your old consoles, but your old games didn't work in the next. The first true generation that allowed for true backwards compatibility without any Houdini was the beginning was the Xbox One and the PS4 era. That was the worst era to lose because people set up their catalogs. And it's very hard for you to turn around and tell someone, hey, you know those 100 games that you bought? Yeah, I want you to get rid of all of those and start fresh over there.
Yeah, pretty
It's
much.
really, really hard to do that. The only way you can start getting people that are on that platform to move over to your other side is through exclusives. But Microsoft doesn't seem to like to go out of their way and get exclusives. I mean, they've got money, right? We all know that they've got money. They could go over to Square Enix and say, hey, Final Fantasy 17, I don't care about the price. I just want it exclusive on my platform.
Mm-hmm.
They can then go over to Konami. I want the next Metal Gear or Silent Hill exclusive on Xbox. They can do that. And there's this thing called the Lost Leader where they're going to pay above the odds. But if you money hat enough exclusives to only appear on the Xbox platform, eventually those people that are on the other platforms are going to say, well, I kind of really want to play those games. And I don't weird $2,000 on a PC. And even if they want to do that, happy days. They're still going to be providing Microsoft with money. So the alternative there is to buy an affordable box, which is the
Right.
Xbox. And you funnel in people that way. Or if they really want to, if Microsoft can get them working on the cloud, they can set it through Game Pass. And so you pay for your Game Pass subscription and you can play through the cloud. But either way, Game Pass is winning. Xbox is winning. They just don't do it though. I don't like. They've got one foot in and they can do it. They can money hat all these deals, and I just don't understand why they don't do it.
I think KT the goat just hit it on the head. Says no, they haven't just said that they aren't focusing out on consoles. They're not done selling. Yeah, they're not stopping making consoles. They're just not pushing consoles out as fast as Nintendo or PlayStation because they
Exactly.
don't need to.
Why so serious? Hopefully, I'll get
Mm.
Elder Scrolls 6 when I'm in the nursing home.
Ah, damn it.
Oh, that's a good one. That's not what sold me on Xbox though. It was the part. Though that is part of the picture. Japan would go mad if they tried that. I don't care if they go mad. They're gonna get in line, or they're just not gonna play. It's really
No, I
one
think
way or
he's
the
talking
other.
about Japan hates Xbox, dude.
Oh, Japan hates Xbox, dude.
That's what Rum Punch Man was talking about.
Oh, right. Well, the more mad you can make him, dude, the better. That guy is a waste of.
He's a weirdo.
He's a waste of oxygen. Xbox have money so they can test the waters. Exactly, Happy Cloud Gamer.
Absolutely.
They should be doing this sort of thing. They should be going after the big, third-party exclusives and putting it on the Xbox ecosystem and pushing it really, really hard to see how it will do. It's not like they're a third-rate indie company, small third-rate indie company that can only afford like two developers in their little garden shed. This is Microsoft we're talking about. They make money more than we make in a year every second. Well, for
Yeah,
most of
probably.
us, right? While they're in the toilet having a shit, they're still making money.
I mean, Game Pass alone, month to month, sustainable, is making more than all of PlayStation's cash on hand. I mean, you don't really need to say much more than that. So it doesn't matter if the Game Pass is profitable or not for them,
They,
because you're talking about a drop in the bucket compared to what they actually make.
Sanchez Gaming, they would have zero issues with the regulators. Zero. Because they're not buying the studio, right? That's number one. They're not buying it. They're buying a timed exclusivity for 5 years or for 2 years. And after 2 years, no one really cares about the game anyway. So if it releases anywhere else after that, who cares? Everyone's moved on. You don't really want to play at that point because there's other games coming along that you kind of want to stay relevant with. You know, everyone will have talked about the story, you'll have seen the videos, the gameplay, everything. Like the whole game is plastered all over the place. By that point, sales go down. And how do we know that this is correct? You only have to look at as far as PlayStation. They release their games and then they release them on PC and then they wonder, why aren't they doing well on the PC? Well, if you've waited a year and a half for them to actually get ported over, no one cares. The hype is gone. The interest is gone.
Absolutely.
And when it does land, you're going to get a few sales here and there. I think, I mean, Sackboy is actually a really good game, right? I really enjoy it. I play with my kids. Fun game to play multiplayer. I think it sold 20,000 or 30,000 copies on PC. I mean, that was a colossal failure. But if it had released day and date, it would have sold more because the hype around it at the time would have pushed it. The advertising around it would have pushed it. And so, you know, if you delay a game too long, let it release where you want at that point because the hype for that game is diminished. But if you're going and making exclusive contracts, the regulators can't touch that. The regulate because you're not buying, you're not merging. What are they actually? What are they going to regulate? The whole purpose of the regulators, yeah, but timed exclusivity can't be regulated. Nope. That's just a contract, which has an expiry date. I mean, if they were going to do it, PlayStation would be regulated by now, right? Because they, the whole of their PS2 was built on third-party contracts.
Most of their PS4 and 5 games too.
Yep.
Last, at any given time, PS5 PlayStation is worth about 200 billion. Okay. They have cash on hand anywhere between 50 and 250 million, and that's for their distributing factors, their paying devs, new developments, all their technology research, that's everything. Okay. And they make that about every month through their PlayStation Plus. Now, if you take that same figure and you apply it to Xbox, now, mind you, both are unsustainable on their own and don't make money. Okay. They're selling at a loss on both platforms. But if you look at Xbox and say the last number that we got was 25 million, and you times that by how much is Xbox, the Game Pass right now? Like 18 bucks? Let's say 15.
It's $17.99 for you guys. Okay. For the US, it's $17.99.
So I'll lowball it and say 15 bucks. 25 million times 15 bucks a month is more than what
so expensive in the US.
I don't know.
Here in the UK, we pay I think it's 10 or 11.99
month to month.
Month to month, so it's like 130 odd bucks.
Yeah, I think it's like 120 for us for a year. So you really have to look and say, yes, revenue is not profit. That is correct. Because if they have to pay 200 million a month to make sure that the games stay on Game Pass so that they don't decrease their library. Game Pass last number for 12 months was 3.4 billion. Sorry, my equation is wrong.
3.4. If it was 3.4 billion, I know
that's
in 2021.
What I was lowballing.
In 2021, it was 3 billion. They announced they broke 3 billion, and we know that Game Pass costs 1 billion to maintain, in terms of contracts and servers and everything else. The maintenance of Game Pass is 1 billion. So even if that number, what Steve is saying, 3.4 billion is correct, that is 2.4 million net profit from the 1 billion they said that they are budgeting for cost of the games and the overall cost of maintaining Game Pass. 2.4 billion is a lot of money. That on its own tells you that it's profitable.
And that is still 10 times more than what PlayStation has cash on hand at any given time.
Take it easy, Susanna. See you soon. But you know what? If if Microsoft want to share the love a little bit, I know they've got like 2.4 billion there. They could just give me $1 million, and I'll be perfectly fine with it. It will help me out a
You and
lot.
me both. You and me both.
And don't forget that's through Game Pass, right?
That's
And
just the Game Pass
that's just
portion.
Game Pass. Now, Starfield had early access. They made a lot of money on early access, so don't forget
They
about the
made
early
more money
access.
back.
You got the microtransactions, like William Lanza is saying.
Mm-hmm.
So they're making bank on that. Games like Sea of Thieves, Grounded. I'm guessing Grounded has some microtransactions. I only played it when it
Nope,
was.
it does not.
I was playing it early access. It does not. That's
Nope,
weird. But
no microtransactions in that.
the games that have microtransactions are bringing in money. Halo is bringing in money through. I mean, the amount of customizations I'm seeing on Halo is crazy. But even at the time when people were saying that Halo's microtransaction was atrocious, is it though? Was it
Now,
compared
don't
to
get me
other free
wrong.
to play games? I think the
I
reason why people
enjoy.
said Halo's multiplayer was bad, I mean the microtransactions, is because it was so watered down for its actual multiplayer that it made it stand out even more than it needed to
No,
be.
from what I understand, at least one of the cases anyway, was they sold the original OG Master Chief armor set
Hmm.
for an extortionary amount. It was like 20, 40 bucks for the in-game armor. But the whole thing about the Halo armor sets cosmetics is that each of them are like different pieces, head, shoulders, knees, toes type thing.
Yeah.
And uh, in order to get the full effect of the armor, you have to wear it as one piece. You can't mix and match like most of the other armor sets,
So
and
I'm
that's what
still
people were mad about.
yeah, but I'm still okay with it. I mean, look at Destiny. They released their free armor sets from uh PlayStation games. $20 each. You had to pay $60 if you wanted the whole set. And you can't mix and
That's
match them either.
absolutely true.
Where was the outcry
Now,
for that?
mm,
They did their latest
well,
Witcher collaboration. $20 each. Where was the outcry for that? And that's a paid game, by the way, not a free to play game. It's a paid game. You have to pay $100 in order to be able to experience the whole game every year. Right? It's not a free to play experience. Look at those free to play games where they've got like Fortnite, where they've got a billion skins coming out at like 15, $20 each.
oh, I agree, Tyler. Definitely, the microtransactions were way overpriced. I mean, look at the what was it? The horse armor for Diablo 4.
That's cheap, right? No, I'm kidding.
Costed as much as a full price game. It's like 65 bucks.
Once you enter the free to play world, if you ever enter into it properly and actually spend some time in there, you'll actually see how egregious those prices are. I don't agree with it and I don't support it and I don't promote it. But when you're talking about $60 for a skin on a free to play game, like I'm playing this mobile game at the moment, don't spend any money on it, but I like the story. And it's £60 for a skin. That
Yeah, I
converted to
saw that.
dollars is roughly about $80. Um, Another mobile game that I'm playing, the one that we were talking about earlier,
Yep,
if you get
Tower
it,
Fantasy.
yeah, if you actually get the actual character specific skins, not your main character, but the characters that you pull for, £100 each. Like they're literally designed for whales. It's crazy. For the way I've seen it is that if a game is free to play, it seems to be more acceptable that they charge more because you're not paying for the game. Where in actual fact, you end up paying like a billion times more on a free to play game than you do with a paid game. But when you've got games
Okay,
like Destiny, which charge you £100 just to be able to experience the whole game for a year,
absolutely.
and then they're charging you £60 for free skins that can only work on one character. So if you no,
Now, here's the thing, last. You just contradicted yourself from earlier. Okay, your latest statement says PlayStation players could care less if Sony loses money as long as they get their games. Okay,
What?
people, even people like Persona, okay, big PlayStation, avid YouTuber, is talking about where is factions. Factions got canceled, so you're not getting your games. You are not getting the value that they are promising you. Okay, just remember that. So you are getting some games. You're getting third-party games. The steady stream of games is not stopping for either platform, Xbox, Nintendo, or PlayStation. The problem is, are you getting the value of the games that you're wanting to play? And $70 for a game that you're going to sit for a weekend playing, and then it's forgotten about because there's features that Spider-Man 2 did not have at launch that they promised and still haven't come. I played Spider-Man 2. I platinumed it 100% in 14 hours. I was left very, very lacking in wanting Spider-Man 2 to have more. They teased Venom with the whole statue. He was in there for all of about 19 minutes, one scene. And even when PlayStation purchased Insomniac, it took them 9 months to put out their first game. You're expecting them to buy ABK, have the merger go through, and then be able to turn around and put out a game tomorrow? You're talking, all these ponies out here are talking, uh, where are the games from ABK? We haven't seen them yet because they've only just acquired them. It's a fresh year. It is 3 months since the purchase. Let's let them cook. If 2024 is bad, I will eat those words. But so far, we have Hellblade 2, we have Avowed. Whether they're multi platform or not, they are Xbox produced, they are ABK produced. We will see exactly what is going to be coming in the near future. And as a matter of fact, with what he pulled up on the screen earlier, the Xbox Dev Direct is going to have a Bethesda showcase. And so far, we haven't seen anything. We haven't had games delayed, except for the Indiana Jones, but that was because of COVID.
And Stalker, because of the war.
Stalker 2 because of the war, but they've guaranteed that it's going to be a quarter 1 release. We just don't have an official date, just quarter 1. Um, Avowed is getting closer and closer to a release date. They shadow dropped Hi-Fi Rush. We are getting things. So, yeah, exactly, Seth. Where are the old CODs on Game Pass? We can't see that yet because they've only just acquired ABK. They have to take time for the ports over. So it's one thing to say, "Hey, this is bad." It's another thing to say, "Hey, this is good." It's always a wait and see, and you can't expect an immediate turnaround.
Also, one point that you brushed on, which I can add more context. So, where is the Call of Duty games on Game Pass? Very good question. We know it's coming. We know it should have arrived last year, and they pushed it to this year. Why did they do that? Well, unlike the ZeniMax deal when they were going through it, and actually, it was a done deal, right? There was no regulator issue there. There was nothing. That deal went pretty much straight through. Both sides were happy. It was a small enough transaction. ZeniMax allowed Microsoft to go in day one and start the work to get those games onto Game Pass. That was allowed day one. Activision Blizzard, Bobby Kotick, did not allow Microsoft to go in until the deal was done. Until it was signed off, they were not permitted to go in to see anything. Bobby Kotick made sure that any and all proprietary information was kept away from Microsoft in case the deal didn't go through. They didn't want to, give Microsoft any of that information, which means that they literally had no time to go in and begin that preparation. To get the games onto Game Pass takes time. There is a testing phase. They need to make sure that those games are going to be downloaded properly. There's a lot of things that go into it. There's server farms that they need to make sure that they've got equipped to hold these games, right? So it's not just a simple, hey, we're just gonna magically click our fingers like Bewitched and make sure everything is there. It doesn't work like that. That's not how the real world works. There's a lot of work that goes on in the background for us to be able to get those games on Game Pass, day one. But because they didn't have that preparation time, they didn't have that lead time, unfortunately, thanks to that was, I guess, Bobby Kotick's final parting gift to the gaming world by screwing gamers over yet again. That is why the games were delayed,
That's
and
why everybody's so happy that Bobby Kotick is out.
we are gonna be getting the games in drops rather than all in one go, and that's a business decision because they
It's
want.
also a smart decision.
Hmm?
It's also a smart decision.
No, it is because if they drop the games in bundles like every month, which is what they're planning on doing, it just keeps you subscribed for longer because there's a bunch of new games dropping every month. So that's
That's
the situation with that.
technically, so far we don't have anything. Any game can be delayed. We don't have any game until it's released. That is true. There is 30 planned games for January alone, just from Xbox. 3 of which are going to be multi-platform, and all 3 of those are the big titles. All the rest of 27 are just about indie titles, smaller stuff that probably nobody's ever heard of except for maybe one.
Hey, maybe PlayStation might be getting Kong too, and they can keep that as well,
Let
exclusive.
Kong die.
No. I think PlayStation should totally get Kong too, and they can keep that exclusive. My gift to them. Someone else needs to suffer that PTSD that I did, right?
I didn't get Kong or Golem.
The chat made me play it. They made me play it. I
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
even complete it because it bugged out at the end. Confirmed chaos is But going back to this
Now,
list here,
yeah,
I like
go
this
ahead.
bit over here on the out. Disliking a game you've played for hundreds of hours. That is such a troll. Totally calling out those fake Starfield reviews. Hey,
Oh
I
yeah,
played it for
absolutely.
900 hours and I think it's a bad game. I mean, like I was talking to my kid about that, and it was like, I think I would hate a game after playing it for 900 hours too. It's like, how do you not get burnt out from a game after you spent 1,000 hours playing it? You only have to look at
Now,
Destiny's community, right?
oh Jesus, um,
No one is
Alpha
happy there.
or Bold Alpha Wolfpack, talking about $50 to $100 for a game that you pay for that you want more than 50 hours. It's all a matter of how it's done. Fighting games can be done easily that way, yes, but when you're talking about a single player narrative driven experience for Starfield or Spider-Man 2 or even God of War, um you can't expect every game to have replay value.
No,
So if it doesn't have replay value, yes, absolutely make the game longer. Because even Starfield playing hundreds of hours, okay, you can play it for literal days. And in your first playthrough, you can accomplish everything in that game for 40 to 50 hours before you even touch the new game plus content and recycle and what everybody's complaining about, that the game doesn't get started till you do the first Unity.
I mean that's not even true to be fair, because there's a whole game there in Starfield, and I mean I still haven't finished it because I'm still going through it slowly. I know I'm pretty bad, um, but apparently there's like a. I know a bunch of you have completed it, and I know someone in chat now is going to deliberately try and spoil it for me, but please don't. But apparently, when you get to the end, based on all the interactions you've had, the side quests you've had, there's like a massive payoff at the end for it. So that to me on its own tells me that you don't have to complete the game in order. I mean, sure, it might open up a few things and make it better and give you that reason to replay it. But that journey that you're going through and you get to at the end, that payoff apparently is really, really good if you've put the time in on your first playthrough. For Starfield, yeah. And
Yeah.
Josh Wallace, I do not think they're going third party. That's not what they're doing. I don't think. I mean, there really is no desire to go third party from Microsoft. The desire for Microsoft ultimately in the next 10, 15 years, I'd say about, I think the Ubisoft deal expires in about 10 years, 10, 15 years. So once that
Yeah.
Ubisoft deal expires, Microsoft is taking everything back. Everything that's on GeForce Now, everything that's on Steam. I don't even know if Steam's going to be a thing by that point. But
Hmm.
cloud gaming by that point is going to be huge. Everyone is going to try and get onto cloud gaming. Microsoft has made that pivot now, and they are building their war chest. The big thing for Microsoft right now is building that war chest. So when the time comes when consoles and the hardware fizzles out and cloud becomes more mainstream, they'll turn around and say, right, if you want to play Activision Blizzard games, if you want to play, ZeniMax games, Xbox games, Sega games, and whoever else they buy, you come to Xbox X Cloud. That's where you'll get to play those games. Not on any other cloud platform streaming. If you want to play your Assassin's Creed, go to Ubisoft. But if you want to play this assortment of games, we'll charge you, say, $20 a month. Go nuts. And at that
Now,
point, they will attract so many people to their platform. And there is not a single thing that the regulators can do because it's a cloud service.
directed at Josh and last. No, I don't think Xbox is going third party because if you look at it from a perspective of what's out there now and the direction that they say they are going, regardless of what they're actually doing, okay? If Xbox is or is going third party, PlayStation's already there. The only ones that are not are Nintendo, but Nintendo is their own entity. Just let them be.
They're just
They
weirdo.
do their good stuff. They just do good stuff.
They're just weird. They just come up with some weird shit and say, hey, look, we got these two controllers that look like vibrators, but you're going to like them. And everyone
I
does.
mean,
And they start using them
they
for
have a
stuff that we're
Pokemon
not
that
going to
looks
talk
like an
about.
ice cream cone. They have a Pokemon that looks like an ice cream cone. Come on.
But still, people were using those Wiimotes for things that they shouldn't be using them for.
And I do think with the Switch 2 specs equating to Xbox One S and the PS4 and older games being preserved on the Nintendo's Switch 2 platform is going to be a massive boost for Nintendo.
Something Bold Alpha Wolf just said. That actually really pissed me off.
Which part?
Spider-Man 2 had a lot of cut content.
Oh,
When I saw the
absolutely.
trailers for Spider-Man 2 and I saw like uh, Miles, Peter, and Venom swinging around the city and fighting,
Hmm.
I was looking so forward to that scene where I would get to either just watch it and see how it played out, because there's a lot of watching in that game, as you're aware, or just chasing after Venom and, tag team battling him, you know, in the city, seeing like what sort of destruction you can cause, maybe use like props around to cause damage. It would have been awesome. I was so looking forward to that because that's what they showed in the trailer.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
they cut
The
all of that
statue.
content to say, hey, we know those dodos over there are going to pay for it anyway, so we'll just put it over there. Rehash content, it's already made, so happy days. They'll pay $70 for it, and off you go. But the fact that they cut all that content, it really irritated me.
Did you hear from the voice actor what he said? He said 90% of the lines that he recorded for them to use, they didn't put in the game.
I mean, that says it all, right?
Now, here's the thing though, in one of those Insomniac leaks a while back, they did say before Wolverine in 2025, we were supposed to get a Venom game. Now, I don't know if it's going to be a Venom game or if it's Spider-Man 2 Venom DLC.
It's going to be a game. It's not going to be a DLC. I think it's going to be a game, and they're just going to charge $70 for it. I mean, that's the way it goes. There was something up above. Let me just see that someone said something. They're talking about the Nintendo Switch. Tyler says, I disagree. Honestly, if Nintendo doesn't compete with ongoing handheld companies like the ROG, Steam Deck, they'll be pushed out of the market. They're essentially a budget system now. Now, I disagree with this for one reason, and one reason only, right? Because I know a lot of people are emulating their Switch games on Steam Deck. It just runs better. You get the 60 FPS patch, and it just runs better. I don't condone piracy. I don't think it should be something that people should do. But if you own the original ROM, the original game, the actual game, and you want to port it over to your Switch, power to you. You've paid your money. Do what you want with the game. But Nintendo has a very, how can I say, loyal fan base. So you'll have one person that's got a Switch, and then they'll look to their right and they'll see, oh my God, they just announced a red Switch and it's got the tiniest M on there. So they'll go buy it.
Yeah.
And then they'll see another Switch with an L on there and it's green. And then they'll go buy it.
Yep.
Then they'll see another Switch over there with the letters DK on there. And then they'll go buy it. Another one with Triforce symbol on there. And then they'll go buy it. I mean, there are households in Japan that I've seen that have over 10 versions of a Switch, all just in a line because they just keep buying them because that is the Nintendo fan base. They are the most loyal fan base to a brand I have ever seen. I mean, they are crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure when Nintendo sits in a boardroom and they say, oh my God, our sales dropped by 1%, what can we do? You'll have one person sitting there going, well, we could try and release this DLC. No, that costs too much money. Get him out of here. And then you'll have the other guy going, what if we put an M? Actually, that's going to cost money. What if we just paint it Mario Red and call it Mario Red? And that's a genius idea because then everyone's going to go want to buy it. Hell, when I saw the Mario Red Switch, even I wanted to buy it for no reason whatsoever. Because that is the mindset that Nintendo has, people. So I think Nintendo are in such a weird place where no matter what they do, they just can't go wrong. And the fact that they release their consoles at a profit each generation, they never make a loss. They don't make a loss on their consoles. Every console they said is profitable.
I'm absolutely guilty. I had the 3DS back in the day, and when they announced Link Between Worlds, I was excited for it so much because it's almost a 1-for-1, at least the early half of the game, for A Link to the Past from the old Super Nintendo. And I went out and I was the one who got that Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds special 3DS with the game. It's pretty cool.
How would I feel if Game Pass was put onto the Switch too? Well, firstly, most of the games would be on the cloud anyway. Honestly, it wouldn't bother me. If the Game Pass service was on there,
chuckle out of Rum Punch Man. He says Spider-Man 2 director's cut confirmed.
Yeah, I don't think that would be much of a problem for two reasons. Number one, Nintendo have basically said, "Hey, we want Game Pass here, and the subscription money is gonna go to Microsoft, and only the first party games are gonna be streamable on that platform." Right? There's not going to be much in terms of native games that are going to work on there. I can't see, Halo Infinite working on the Switch unless it's going to be running at 100p resolution. It's just not going to work. The Switch is not powerful enough. The Switch 2 won't be powerful enough to handle next generation games. So even if the Game Pass went over there, it would be no different to how the Steam Deck is running Game Pass right now, which is only through the cloud. It is no different to how the Logitech G Cloud runs Game Pass, only through the cloud. It'd be no different to how my Quest 2 runs Game Pass right now, through the cloud. It's just not going to do native install. And the storage space on the Switch is tiny. I think it's like 32 gig and the OLED has 64 gig. Sure, you can get a micro SD card, but trust me, I've installed games on a micro SD card on the Steam Deck. It's slow, and performance can be hindered.
Tyler, to be fair about what you said,
Mm.
the Switch 2 and uh, the reason why they make such a profit is due to releasing the Switch with outdated hardware. Uh, the only thing I would argue about that is the fact that you're talking about taking a full-fledged console, handheld or not, and you're talking about putting it in a handheld mode. And that's where the difference lies, because if you were to take the PS5 or the Xbox Series X or S or most of the things like the ROG Ally, and you were to try to slap the PlayStation 5 hardware inside of that, you're talking about it overheating. Now, the ROG Ally, Steam Deck, and things like that have found the workaround, so it is possible, yes. But for the Switch as a main console, uh, to sell the latest and greatest, they would then sell at a huger loss than they. Uh, I think they're the only ones that actually make money, aside from PlayStation just now breaking even.
I don't. I don't think they're breaking even because of inflation. I think they're still making a loss.
Well, I know when the announcement of the new PS5 Pro, the Slim is set them back.
Yeah, they're still paying for that. They haven't broken even.
Okay,
So,
but you get my point.
no, no, I
The
get you what you're
latest and the
saying.
greatest, latest and greatest on the Switch would mean that it would be literally a hot brick in your hands.
I mean, the only way they would get around that is what Asus ROG is doing right now, right? You can actually buy an eGPU add-on clip. It costs something
Hmm.
like £2,000 for an encased 4090, and you can plug it into your Asus ROG, and it basically deactivates the graphics card in your Asus ROG and activates the 4090. I mean, you could do that if you want, and you're basically having a 2.5 grand handheld device. But at that point, I think it kind of defeats the purpose. But you can
Yeah.
actually do that if you really want to. The only bad thing about that is that it's a custom build. So once the 4090 is kind of toast, that becomes a brick, and no one ever wants it, and you send it to the graveyard of dead hardware.
Now, I
Um,
will say, putting Game Pass or PS Plus or even the Nintendo Switch Online onto rival platforms or even PC, the difference is the benefit that you can say, hey, yes, you can put this here. We get a 70-30 split. It's our proprietary stuff. You can keep 30% of the profits. Let us get 70. But they don't have any desire to do that because they don't need to.
this is what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
This is the shiz I'm talking about. You plug that into your Asus ROG, my dude, it becomes a beast. It pretty much becomes. I mean, you can plug it into the Asus laptop, the Chromebooks and laptops as well. It's a pretty impressive piece of kit, but you know
Yeah.
it's really expensive. And if you want to actually go down this route for your hardware, good luck, man.
That's like if you already have everything already and you just want to have something on the go.
I mean, how are you gonna hold that on the go? Are you gonna? I mean, if you strap your Asus ROG to that thing gets hot. I've watched a number of reviews. This thing gets hot, right? And it needs a power supply. It's not just running off the, you know,
So it's got to be plugged in. Yeah.
yeah, it has to be plugged into the mains. It's running at 330 watts.
Oh Jesus.
You know, it's not a small thing.
That's literally the half the size of a PC.
Yeah, but you know, it's possible, and that's the only way that they would get, you know, the catalog of Game Pass on there. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. So if Game Pass went to the Switch, they'd only be getting the same thing that the Steam Deck is getting, and that is whatever's available on the cloud. And that's
You
it.
know, Seth actually makes an interesting concept. Sideload the Xbox app to Quest and stream from
You
your
don't need to
console.
sideload it. I was actually going to point that out. I was
I was
actually going to come back
gonna,
to that.
s-
It's
I
actually
was
now
gonna say,
natively available.
just make it a PS Portal.
The PS Portal?
Isn't that what it would be? Side loading it for the Xbox?
No, he's saying to sideload the Game Pass app onto Quest, but you don't actually need to sideload it. It is now natively available as an app on the Quest 2 and the Quest 3. It's actually now, Microsoft has already released it native
Mm,
onto the Quest.
okay,
So you could just
gotcha.
go in. I mean, if you've seen my video of it that I made, that was running the native app.
Okay.
Now there's workarounds as well to get GeForce Now working on there because GeForce hasn't yet released their native app. The biggest hurdle with that is getting through the authentication. But once you get through the authentication, you're pretty much set up. But it is natively available. So I actually do game on some of the cloud games on my Quest. I just plug on the headset. I've got like a massive screen there, and off I go, and I just play, and I let my kids
Um,
play Roblox on the TV.
Jordan, there are dates for Xbox games first quarter. There's 30 of them. Only 3 of them are big name games. Most of them are indie, but there are dates. And if you wait for the 10 days for the Xbox Direct, you're going to see a lot more come. Again, I said this before, you can't expect them to buy ABK and then turn around the next day and have something ready to go. Even Insomniac, when they were bought by PlayStation, took 9 months before they released their first game, and that was Spider-Man 2018. So you just gotta make sure that don't be impatient.
But something that bold Alpha Wolf said. You think Marvel's getting over on PS? Wait till Matt Booty steps in to negotiate a contract with PS for COD. I mean,
Mhm.
let's go one step before that. If Microsoft releases their next console um, in 2026 and PlayStation is still pushing to 2028, and they decided they want Call of Duty to be uh, a launch title for Xbox Next, that parity clause breaks.
Because it's no longer the same console.
It's no longer the same generation. At that point, when you see the photorealistic graphics on the next Xbox, and then you're going to see the watered down version on the PS5, because it is going to be watered down.
It's gonna
I
have to
wonder
be.
how many people are going to go, right, all I play is COD. And there are loads of people that just play Call of Duty.
Hmm.
How many of those are going to jump over?
Not to mention the 10-year deal for COD just says that they have to keep COD on the PlayStation. They never said that they have to make a new COD for the PlayStation.
They
I don't
didn't, but
think.
I think that was implied. He goes, it basically Phil said under oath to Judge Corley, as long as there's a PlayStation, they will have the
COD will
call.
be on.
COD will be on it.
Yeah,
Um,
but that doesn't
now,
mean that any new COD has to come as well.
I think the FTC pretty much covered that though, and the
Okay.
FTC at the time even then turned around and said, "Can they have it for free?" And then Judge Scott Corley turned around and said, "No, they're not getting it for free. Shut up. Move on." Like
Now,
she shut that down so
Phil did
quick.
say that there's going to
I'm
be
not
perfect
ignoring
parity
chat.
too.
Where am I ignoring chat? What? I'm watching chat. I'm not seeing anything. That was the thing.
Yeah, I saw Sanchez saying that.
No, I
Who's
saw
ignoring
Sanchez
chat?
saying that, but I'm not seeing anything directed at me.
Mm, I don't either. Power World Game Pass Day 1. Yeah, that's supposed to be next week.
Is it actually coming to Game Pass though?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. That's interesting.
Yeah, they announced the date for it finally, and the Game Pass logo is right underneath it. Supposed to be Pokemon with guns. Looks pretty interesting. I know a few people that are excited to play it.
I am. Tyler, they will have access to it, but it's not going to have all the bells and whistles because it's a lower generation.
Well, they also said that whatever comes to Xbox for COD, PlayStation is going to have equal in everything that Xbox is going to have. So there's nothing that's going to be like microtransaction specific for Xbox that PlayStation isn't going to get.
The way I see it, all first Xbox devs will shine. No more excuses. Sony is paying them to diminish the games on Xbox. That's been going on for eons, right? The parity clause that Sony put in all their games to basically handicap the Xbox hardware is well known. I know the ponies will turn around and deny it, but I think Digital Foundry actually did. Yeah, it was Digital Foundry. They did actually a wattage comparison of the games, and in almost all cases, the Xbox graphics card in terms of watt usage was like 25% less than what the PlayStation one was. So it's just simply not being utilized to its full extent. Um, but that's a clause that has existed since time immemorial. You know, both of them were doing it in the 360 days when Xbox was, pulling ahead quite aggressively. They had a similar clause to stop uh, developers making one version better than the other. I think it's absolutely stupid. None of them should do it because it just diminishes your hardware. It diminishes the potential of the hardware, and I think that should stop. If there's room for one hardware to push further because they've got a better machine, I don't feel like a company should have the right to provide a consumer with a worse product.
Okay, Rick, I want to just address something right here. Like Chaos, I have all the systems as well. I like my PlayStation games as well. They do have their potential games in higher fidelity, higher quality, and higher graphical fidelity of quality. Uh, that they have what makes the PlayStation special. The upcoming Final Fantasy VII Rebirth looks amazing. I know a lot of people are upset, like me, that were diehard Final Fantasy fans that played the OG back in the day, who are looking at this like a breath of fresh air and breathing new life into the game that's so many years old. Do they want the original? Yes. But you know what? They added something into Rebirth that I saw recently that is going to essentially turn it into the old game, making it turn based rather than action based. Now, I don't know if it's going to be good or bad, but I'm talking about the original 7 on the PS1. And I'm talking, people are not liking the way that the new changes have gone, but the fact that they are now in this second game bringing back turnstile base is making it um, well, see, 7 was innovative for its time. Yes, it was low res polygon graphics, but it was one of the first games that interchangeably went from movie to gameplay. There was movie scenes where you could walk around because they were overlaid differently. And I don't think people give Final Fantasy VII credit enough for that. The story in its own was amazing, though, if you played it all the way through. Um,
I never met Yuffie or Vincent. Disc 2 was atrocious for me.
7.
Yeah, like Disc 1 was great, Disc 3 was great, but I never met Vincent and Yuffie. And Disc 2 was really boring. Really boring. If you don't meet those two, it's Disc 2 is bad. But
Can be.
the overall story was good.
Um, but well, for both of those characters, they're basically side secret characters that you have to do specific things for.
Yeah, but that
They
second
are
disc was
missable.
pretty much based on finding them and experiencing their side stories. Me, like a
Well, no, you
lemon,
get
decided
Yuffie
not to.
in just one.
I mean, I'm saying it's my fault. I was a lemon in not finding them, because I didn't
Yeah,
know where to
live and
find them.
learn.
Yeah, you live and learn.
Sword and Sorcery guy. See, I like the Heroes of Might and Magic series, and I have the original OG Might and Magic. Uh, so I'm right there with you. I love those style of games, high fantasy JRPGs and stuff like that.
The good.
JRPGs are not skipping a PlayStation for Xbox. They're gonna be parody.
What app for remote streaming? What do you mean? Are you talking about on GeForce Now? You don't need the app for that. KT the Goat. I think the good thing about Final Fantasy is that each game is unique. It's a different story, different set of characters. There's only a few Final Fantasies that actually continue the story. I think 10 and 10-2, the 13
And 13, 1,
trilogy.
2, and 3. That's it.
I'm not sure if Final Fantasy 4 and the After Years continue the storyline as well. I never played
Nope.
the After Years.
They didn't.
I
They
do
were
need to play
standalones.
it. Right. So those two are the only games that actually have a connection. All of the others are brand new stories with different characters, different just entities and whatnot, different bad guys. They have a similar theme, sure. It's always going to be
Yeah.
based around the crystal and whatnot, but it's different in its own right. I mean, even if you look at the Strangers of Paradise, it loosely followed Final Fantasy 1, but it's still very different in what it is. So I think that's what keeps it fresh. I mean, Final Fantasy 16 was a complete change, in my opinion. It lost
Did you know
everything
that
that was RPG.
character?
Hmm?
Did you know that all the Final Fantasies have only one reoccurring character?
And one reoccurring summon as well.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Several summons make appearances throughout
Nope. There's only
multiple
one.
games.
There's only one.
Shiva or Ifrit?
Nope. Ifrit wasn't in the Final Fantasy 1. You can look it up. It wasn't Ifrit. The only reoccurring one is... Should I tell you?
Leviathan?
Nope.
Trying to think of all the summons. Ramu, Odin.
Nope.
Titan.
Nope. I bet he's going to leave it to the last.
Bahamut?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in several.
No, he's in all of them. There is a rendition of Bahamut in every single one. And in Final Fantasy 1, he's just labeled as the dragon, but it's Bahamut.
True.
And if you go and try and fight him, you're dead.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to spend like a year and a day leveling up outside on top of that mountain when you first get to see him to be able to fight him. I've seen people do it, but it's not worth it. But that is the only summon. And I think the other one is probably Sid, right? In terms of a character being in every single one.
Sid.
This one over here, before I continue, remote streaming to the Steam Deck, PS5 remote streaming. Oh, yeah. I use the app image for Chiaki for deck. It's great. It works so well. And, you know, I can stream anywhere around the house. I can stream outside. It's obviously got its own browser, so it doesn't really matter. So I've got no problems in using my Steam Deck to stream PlayStation games, Xbox games. I can do what I want. I mean, it's like the ultimate handheld machine that can do everything.
Take care, Rick and Happy, and thank you for tuning in.
Rick, Happy, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. But I think this is an interesting one, right? So at the moment, everyone is singing the high praises of GeForce Now. And I see that they're doing this day pass as well that was mentioned in chat. I think Tyler mentioned it. Oh, and Rick, enjoy your dinner. But one thing people don't really realize here, how volatile and dangerous NVIDIA's project here with G Cloud is, with GeForce Now.
In what way?
Well, what's going to happen if tomorrow Steam said, we're starting our own cloud-based infrastructure, so we're removing all our games off GeForce Now? Goodbye, GeForce. That's the end of GeForce Now.
Pretty much.
And if then Microsoft turns around and says in 15 years, when they've got all their streaming rights back given to them after the purgatory of giving a lot of that away, they turn around and go,
Right.
right, yeah, we know we gave it to you, but yeah, we kind of want it back now, and we're just going to make our own service. And now we've got Game Pass, we've got xCloud there as well, and yeah, we don't really need you to have it anymore. So they'll have lost Steam, they'll have lost the Game Pass. The only thing they're going to have is Epic, and no PC gamer out there, for whatever reason, will buy an Epic game. So that's the end of GeForce Now. I mean, this is a reality that could happen at any point. It's a really volatile and crazy.
Yeah, it can
It's
implode at any moment.
yeah, it's like it is a really good service. I mean, I sign up to the 4080 the highest tier, and I use like the streaming a lot. I get the 4080 graphics card, and it works wonders on my Steam Deck, on my PC. And it just, especially when I'm streaming PC games, it's so good. Like I played the whole of Alan Wake 2 through the cloud, and no one noticed that I was running it through the cloud.
I did.
How did you notice?
The way it's running, the latency.
That could have just been what you were seeing on stream,
Possibly.
because I couldn't see it naked eye. So it's possible.
William in the chat singing your praises.
I know, but he rocks too.
Absolutely. Just for
He
being
rock-
here.
You all rock. But what is this game day pass? I'm trying to see what this day pass is. Available starting in February, new day passes for Ultimate and Priority members will offer full premium benefits 1 day at a time. Right. So 1 day a month, you'll be able to experience Game Pass Ultimate and the 4080. That's interesting. Again, this is a way to
Planning on doing that.
How they plan on doing it.
Do you only get it for the 1 day and then you have to pay for it in order to keep it, or
Yes.
That's like a day to experience everything that Game Pass has to offer, and then it just gets taken away from you.
Well, that's the whole point. It whets your appetite.
Right.
It lets you see what you can get.
I think they would do it better if it was for a week at least.
No. People would complete way too many games in a week. The whole point of this is to give you a small taster of the full power of the service at 4080, and a taster of what Game Pass can offer you. And so you can subscribe to both. Oh yeah, DJOB, I fully agree. Outside of Stadia, which in my opinion was the king when it came to streaming, GeForce Now, considering Stadia's gone, is basically leading the pack by a long shot. And no, I am not trolling. Stadia was really good tech. Not at launch.
Ahead of its time. It was ahead of its time.
Not at launch, but after they ironed out the issues, it was really, really good. Like really good. I mean, I actually played a lot on Stadia.
Question for you, Bold Alpha Wolf. How many games do you know of that Sega's coming to Xbox with? Because we know 5. We know what, 5 for sure that they showed just in the trailer at the VGAs alone. But do you actually know how many they already have planned?
What, coming to Game Pass?
Well, just that Xbox is putting out in general. They've already got a contract for 13 games.
I know Persona 6 is coming to Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you that don't know, it's definitely coming to Xbox because Atlas and Sega were basically saying that they've seen the benefits of releasing games everywhere, and the revenue that comes in releasing it day and date compared to releasing the games in a staggered form just isn't worth it. And Persona 5 has shown them that releasing the games all at once is way more profitable, and it basically allowed them to hit new milestones that they couldn't hit with the previous games.
See, as far as I understand, when they renegotiated the contract with PlayStation, Square Enix made Final Fantasy VII Integrate and
16.
the rights, no, not 16. Well, yeah, 16 too, and the rights for Rebirth coming out as timed exclusives before they come to PC.
Yes.
We know that Square Enix is wanting to put more on Xbox, starting with 14. So the true test is going to be: are they going to stick to their word when it comes for 17?
Yeah, 17 is going to be the big one, because from what I remember reading that with Integrate, the the timed exclusivity, they reset
Which is
it.
up now, by the way.
They reset it with the Integrate.
Yep.
But then they moved in to make it permanent exclusive, and I read somewhere that they did make it. I mean, it may have been false information, but I did read um, that they were making it permanently exclusive, and they wanted to make 16 permanently exclusive. I mean, their whole desire was to make every Final Fantasy game permanently exclusive to PlayStation, but I'm guessing Square Enix actually turned that down.
Yeah. They saw the numbers on 16 is what it was.
I mean, 16 was a weird one. Again, we're seeing PlayStation selling a lot of consoles. They've got like 50, 55 million units,
Yeah.
but they're not buying games. The services, for all the consoles that they're selling, only 10% is basically buying their games. And that can be seen through multiple different games, like from first party, especially on their first party games. You know, you're just not seeing a huge uptake of their games, and that's why they're not in a position where they'd love to be. So the idea for Sony right now is, hey, if we sell 100 million consoles, we'll make, based on that percentage, we'll sell even more. But the reality is, the average PlayStation gamer just doesn't care about their exclusives. They just don't. The only ones that care about it are, the hardcore fans that want those sorts of games. They just don't buy them. And like I said,
Absolutely.
I was talking in my, I think it was the last stream I did. Like, in the UK, we have a store, a secondhand store that sells video games called Computer Exchange. Um, no, I'm not like promoting or anything, but I went in there and I saw a bunch of Spider-Man 2 copies there. I think there was like 30 of them on the shelves. And when I asked, I thought I'd ask if they've got any in the back, because I actually know the people there. I've known them for quite a while. And they had like another 20 or 22 of them in the back as well. Now, for the average person that goes into that store and sees Spider-Man 2 on that shelf, they're going to pick it up for the $40. They're going to go to the counter, pay their $40. None of that money goes to Sony. Now, a lot of people have been saying how, Microsoft has basically gotten rid of physical media. And for the most part, they have, right? They've kind of, they're pushing digital real hard. That's the reason why they're pushing digital real hard. Because if they sell a game, they want to sell it and get the revenue. Those 40 copies that are in there, if they all sold on that day, Sony got absolutely nothing for those games. All they got was the value that they sold for the first time. And that's
Absolutely.
it. And if that person then came back and traded that game in the following week, because it only takes like 10 hours to play through Spider-Man. So if they went home, played it, bought it in the morning, played it, took it back in the in the evening, and traded it in, the next person that comes in to buy that copy of Spider-Man, well, Sony got nothing from that sale too. So unlike the system that Microsoft has that they've been pushing, when you see their MAUs on purchased games, 90% of that is digital, if not 95%. Therefore, those are paying customers, right? For those that actually did pay and aren't playing through Game Pass. When you're looking at the PlayStation, there is absolutely no way for you to decipher how many of those are paying customers. I mean, they can turn around and say, "Oh, we've got 8 million MAUs, whatever. But only like 3 million of them actually paid money for it. The other 5 million essentially got it for free. Whether they pirated it or actually got it through the second-hand store, it makes no difference. Sony didn't get a single dime from it. So where is Sony's benefit in this?
Now, Tyler asked, do you think Spider-Man would sell well if it was released on Xbox? Absolutely, yes. It
Yes,
would sell at least another 1,000,000 copies, guaranteed.
it would. It would need to.
Absolutely, it would.
I think it would do a lot better if it's all day and date. But it's like even on PC. If it's released on PC, it would do much better if it was released day and date. There was an article I read not long ago about Persona. They came onto Game Pass and, they did relatively well. But Persona 4 is an old game, like really old. I've played it at least 2 times on, I think it was the Vita it was released on, Persona 4 Golden. It's a great game, but I've got no desire to replay it.
Right.
I've been there, I've done that, I've moved on. Now, had that game landed on Xbox day one, I would have played it. The fact is, delaying a game's launch is counterproductive. It's never good. And I see a lot of ponies out there going, "Oh, well, when we release it on your console 10 years later, let's see how it's gonna do and see if you stand behind." No, that's not how it works. And now I'm seeing a lot of narratives saying, "Let's see how many people are gonna play Final Fantasy 14," and I'm like, it's number one, it's an MMO, so it doesn't appeal to everyone. It has a fantastic story, by the way. In my opinion, it's got the best Final Fantasy story in any game, period. But that's just my opinion.
Now, don't get me wrong. PlayStation 5 has great potential if they were to push out games. The problem is, there's been what, 8 exclusive PS5 games so far? Something like that. You got God of War Ragnarok,
I mean,
Last of Us
are there
2.
games even exclusive anymore? I mean, we actually looked at a bunch of lists, right? How many
Yeah,
of their games
Steam
are
is having them
actually
all coming to PC already.
PS5 exclusives? How many of them are actually available now on PC?
Almost all of them.
Every game released, and this was from December 15th, right? Astro Playroom. Did you see about this, by the way? Just slightly going off topic. They, they were celebrating that they sold 50 million copies and quantified sales.
You also
When
can't delete it off your system either.
Wayne's World says, well, Xbox 360 was at the top in its day. PS4 was at the top in its day. Now it's Xbox's turn. I mean, that's at least, they can go there if they want to. It's really what they want. Europeans pretend to like Americans, but they don't. That's not true. I'm from the UK and I have loads of American friends. Look, I'm even tolerating power over here.
Yeah, everybody tolerates me.
I'm only joking.
But to be fair, I'm an a-hole.
But Demon Souls is probably that's exclusive still. No one wants to talk about Destruction All Stars. That's available on PC. That's coming to PC. That's on PC. That's on Xbox and PC. That's on PC. This is coming to PC. I mean, it's not yet, so you can still call it exclusive if you really want to, but it's coming to PC. That's on PC. That's on PC. That's on PC. That's on PC. This will eventually be on PC. I don't actually know what this is. This has not come out yet. Okay. Rebirth will be exclusive at launch. Then it's going to go on PC. Death Stranding exclusive at launch. Then on PC. Silent Hill 2 remake might be fully exclusive. Night City Road probably is not happening. There's more of a chance of that appearing on Xbox than it does.
There's one
haven't been made
for PlayStation that is going to be a first-party game this year.
It's not Wolverine, right? Because that's already on PC. It's too soon.
No. Yeah, 2026 for that one. No, Concord.
That's on PC.
But we haven't seen anything about it.
That's on PC. Day and date.
Is it going to be day and date?
Yep. If you watch their teaser trailer, it's day and date. It says coming to PC, PlayStation 5, and PC. Is it coming to Xbox as well, Jess? I didn't see, on their trailer. It doesn't actually show. I'll put the trailer up in a sec.
Okay.
Stellar Blade is going to be exclusive.
Which is
Uh,
funny because before, when it was Project Eve, it did have the Xbox Series X and S logo on it.
yes, but you know
They
this
renegotiated when they changed the title.
incorrect. They didn't have the money to continue producing the game, and Sony stepped in and has basically funded the project. And
Okay.
as part of the clause
Fair
to
enough.
fund the project to get the game complete, they said the game has to be exclusive. So they paid the money just like they did with Street Fighter V when Capcom was about to go bankrupt. So I think that's fair. If you're putting the money in to pay for the development cost,
Absolutely.
you've got the right to ask for that. Marathon is multi-platform. Fair Games, if that ever gets made, I don't know if that's coming to uh, Xbox, but Haven usually releases their games on PC anyway. Concord is definitely going. There you go. Probably one of the more obscure PS5 exclusives at this stage, although it will also be released on PC. Sword of the Sea, not really heard anything about that. Phantom Blade, I think, is a true exclusive. And that's it. Like almost 95% of all their games are on PC now.
Yep.
The only difference is that they weren't day one, and that is why games like Spider-Man 1 didn't do as well, right? Final Fantasy 7 did okay. The Last of Us 1 was okay. Uncharted did okay. The only one that I think did really, really well was Horizon Zero Dawn, and that's a really good game. You should play it.
I
Returnal
beat it.
is a weird game. It's a love hate, but if they're not going day one, they hurt their sales. That's it.
Yeah.
Phil said if you put the dollars in, publish it, is a first party.
Well, he's also admitted that nothing on Xbox is second party.
Correct.
It's either first or third. Because if it's a third party, if they don't want to be bought, like Tencent and Fortnite and things like that, it's third party, and they're perfectly fine with having that.
Tyler. Technically, Spider-Man 2 is truly playable at the moment on PC.
Yeah, I saw that leak.
Wolverine might have got me to get a PS5. Honestly, from the stuff that I saw, I wasn't impressed.
No, absolutely not.
And honestly, you know, in hindsight of my review for Spider-Man, if I went back and reviewed it now, I'd probably knock a point off the overall score. I think the final third of the game just goes mental. The first two thirds of the game is pretty generic. There's a lot that I don't like about it, but the final third kind of gets you really hyped because there's a lot that goes on in the final third.
Yeah.
And when you come off that high, you kind of have those rose tinted glasses on because the final third is what stays in your head the most rather than everything else.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was a 9 out of 10 game. I didn't give it 9 out of 10. I think I gave it something like an 8.5 out of 10.
That's a good question, actually, Tyler. Will Redfall sell well if it was released on the PlayStation? Um,
I mean, at this point, they'll take anything,
at
right? They've got
launch,
no games.
at launch, I would say not, but now after a few updates, it's getting better. I don't think it's quite there yet.
I think it is. Have you played it recently?
No, I haven't played it at all yet. I have it installed.
You
I haven't
should
tried
play
it
it.
yet.
You should play it. I was playing it not long ago, and
Yeah, I saw that. You and Taz.
me, Taz, Steve. No, Taz wasn't playing, but Steve was playing, and I actually think it's a really fun game. It's not an amazing like 10 out of 10 game, but it's one of those games that you can put on, play with your friends, enjoy it, play through the story, and have a good time.
I am looking forward to trying it. I've just got so many other things that I'm playing back and forth as of late. I just started Hi-Fi Rush.
That's a good game.
I have one problem with it on PC Game Pass.
What's that?
One. In order to do Chai's Ultimate, where you click in both of the sticks to do his
Mm-hmm.
jam out session or whatever it's
Yeah.
called, when you play with it on a controller for PC Game Pass, the left analog stick likes to bring up the chat, the little text box. So every time you go to do it, you have to first time it to where not only can you press it and then quickly press your B button to cancel out of the text box keyboard, but also then you have to still try and stay on time point with the beat
Yeah.
to do your timed hits. So it's a little annoying.
Susano, what game is that? Do you think there will be a shadow drop next week? Yes, there will be. I'm
We
pretty
don't know
sure.
what it's going to be.
Yeah, we don't know what it's going to be, but there will definitely be one. Lucy, you got question to answer. Wait. What's the question? What's the question, William? Phil said if you put the money, yeah, I know that. Plus, they're making more money giving me games than making me pay for them. Part of what I was on about before leaving. Yeah. I mean, the thing with Game Pass for me is that I save so much money every year from it. It's ridiculous. Like I save a fortune uh on Game Pass just playing day one games or just playing the indie games. And the best thing about Game Pass for me hasn't actually been the AAA exclusives because I kind of expect those to be good, right? I hold those to a different level. But it's when I'm bored and I go through the catalog and I see, oh, this indie game looks pretty decent, and I give it a try, and I end up really liking it to the point where I complete it. It might take like 3-4 hours, but I get so much out of those games that I would never have experienced. I would never have given the time of day because of the way they looked, but because it's on Game Pass, I take a punt. I give it like an hour or so, and if I like it, I continue playing. And if I don't, there are certain indie games I don't like, fair, but it's opened like the doorway for me to enjoy so much more and to experience so much more. And I also find that with AAA games, they all kind of have to conform to this certain standard. I mean, if you're looking at the way the PlayStation 5 AAA games are, they're all kind of following that same kind of blueprint, that same kind of uh, tragic event. Then you go on a journey, something happens in between, then you begin to pick up, and happy days at the end. And it's always like you're gonna walk a little bit, get into combat, watch a cutscene. Walk a little bit, get into combat, have a cutscene. There's no break in that template. Whereas with the indie games, they just go all out. They
Jordan, the PS5 Pro is not going to be very close to next gen. Quick question: do you know how GPUs and CPUs work on a computer? Not to shame you or anything, but do you honestly know? Because the PS5 Pro, from what we know so far with the leaked specs, yes, they're going to have a massive GPU upgrade, but the CPU is barely moving the needle. And in the process of going from the PS5, PS5 Slim to the PS5 Pro, the GPU is going to be probably bonkers in the 4000 series.
You think so?
Whereas the current PS5 and PS5 Slim being, about a 30 series still, 3070-ish, maybe. Maybe that's pushing the limits. I mean,
I think
it's
that's
been compared
pushing.
to about 2070.
Yeah, that's more like
Um,
it.
but the problem is they're not updating the CPU enough that even though they're going to have all these games that are high graphical fidelity, it's not going to have any more throughput because it's going to be bottlenecked by the CPU.
Exactly.
And whether or not it runs well on the PS5, PS5 Pro, and what have you, or not, when they port that over to PC, you're going to be able to see the hard difference. Because if you don't have a CPU better or at least equal to the PS5, your CPU is going to be your bottleneck, even if you have a 4090 graphics card.
That is
And
very correct.
and that's the major issue that I have with the PS5 Pro from what I've seen so far.
So on the games that are basically they're utilizing the graphics card to push things, if it's running off the graphics card, those games will be utilized well. But games like Baldur's Gate 3, which are CPU intensive, no matter what graphics card you have, you're still going to get bottlenecked.
Yeah, it's the it's to deal with the latency and the input lag.
Tyler.
CPU costs more than my Series X. uh,
If
it's
Xbox truly
great.
releases the next gen console in 2026 and Sony releases the PS5 Pro, would you expect the next gen PS5 in 27, 28? And how bad would that hurt PS in the long run being late? That's a double edged sword, right? So
Yeah,
at the end of the day, it could push people onto the Xbox platform because there's a lot of people out there that only care about graphics, and you may see that as being shallow or whatnot, but a lot of people just want to see graphics. That graphical display is everything to them. But at the same time, Sony is now going to have a year or two to cook up something because they know what the specs are on the thing. I mean, they could literally just go buy the machine and reverse engineer it, right? So they will know
no,
what's
Rum
inside.
Punch. The PS5 Pro is not on ice yet. It's not slated to release until November. At last word about it. Whether that date is going to stay, we
I mean,
don't know.
has Sony actually officially mentioned the PS5 Pro? I haven't seen a
No.
single thing mentioned about it. So
Uh,
if we don't
the,
see
the,
anything by the summer, it's not coming.
in the leaks of the PS5 specs that were released
Oh yeah,
or
but
leaked out,
they're always
it,
looking at stuff
they
to push, right?
they started to try and push for November, but we don't have an official date for it yet.
I mean, the Series X digital console, which was scrapped, they had the whole prototype set up for that. And that got scrapped too. They decided that it wasn't worth it. So I don't until I think in the summer, if they don't start talking about it, by latest I'm talking July,
Yeah,
August. If they don't start talking
absolutely.
about it, it's not coming. I mean, you don't shadow drop a console.
No, absolutely not.
That would be really dumb.
6 months marketing at the very minimum for a console, I would think.
William, there's a lot of rumors going around at the moment, and and how did that do for them? And what console did they shadow drop? It wasn't a Dreamcast. It wasn't a Sega Saturn because I knew about that from a while back. I love my Sega Saturn. That game was amazing, and Sega needs to remake
My
Burning
nephew had it. I
Rangers.
never did.
Burning Rangers. That game needs remaking, man. We need another Burning Rangers.
Yeah, Edward is right. Alpha, the COD contract
It's
with
10
ABK
years,
deal. It not only is it 10 years,
but it's
but
indefinite.
they have to do parity.
And it's
So
indefinite. It's not just 10
Microsoft,
years.
Phil has already said that there's not going to be anything Xbox exclusive that the PlayStation is not going to also have.
I think so. This is the part of that that's actually a little up in the air. Because yes, he said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that only applies to 10 years because that's the contract they signed. Now, Phil Spencer,
Right.
under oath, has turned around and said, under oath, that as long as there is a PlayStation, there will be Call of Duty on PlayStation.
Yes.
But he never said at the time, under oath, anything, and he picked his words very carefully, as Phil normally does. Look at that smug face right there. He picks his words very, very carefully. I mean, that's why he's paid the big bucks, right?
Yep.
About parity. But if you look into the contracts, it says for 10 years, the games will be released on parity where possible. So if Xbox has a 2026 new generation console and Sony it doesn't, it's not going to be on parity, but they're not going to have anything extra in terms of features. But after that 10-year contract is up, the game changes. Because at that point, they can add new features if they want, but they still have to release the base game on PlayStation. Because at the end of the day, he made it. He gave an oath under thing in court. So if he goes against that now, he can go prison for it, right? for contempt in law in the US.
Something like that, yeah.
So he can't go back on that. That was a big up until that point in court. It was very touch and go, but after he gave that statement under oath, that was all Judge Corley needed. That was all the thing, because at that point it's now in the notes, it's in record, and if he goes back on his word, they'll call him back up, and he can go to prison for it.
Yeah.
So, but after 10 years, the parity clause drops.
Yep.
So at that point, it becomes fair game. And after 15 years, Ubisoft lose their license to the game. And the other thing I'm waiting for Microsoft to do is actually go to Ubisoft and say, hey, we sold you this for 100 million. You bought this off us for 100 million. So we're going to buy it off you for, say, 125 million. We want the license. And then all the games will go back to Game Pass.
Yep.
They can do that. They can do that. They're within their rights to do that. Destiny 2? What are you talking about, Jordan?
Speaking of Game Pass, though, what is stopping them from putting COD on Game Pass?
They can put COD on Game Pass. There's nothing stopping them from putting COD on Game Pass. It will go on Game Pass.
Do you think the new one, what is it, World War or Gulf War, is going to be the first one?
I think we're going to see a bunch of the other games go on first. I mean,
okay.
Because Gulf War is going to come towards the end of the year. It's going to have its own window. It's going to be dropping around September, November, right? That's usually the time for COD to drop. The fall.
I wouldn't drop COD for Destiny 2. No way in hell.
Who would play Destiny 2? And why are you still playing Destiny 2?
Jordan was saying,
why do you hate yourself so much?
He stopped playing COD and now he's going back to Destiny 2.
No. Dude,
I would go to Halo.
Man, I'd go to a construction site and just watch paint dry. You'll probably get much more entertainment in seeing how that works.
Now, Destiny 1 was great in my opinion. I enjoyed it up until the point where you had to have parties going into the final raid stuff. Because I preferred, even on games like that, I liked the matchmaking system. I didn't care. I just wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
But they never implemented, as far as I'm aware, until like the end of Destiny 1, where matchmaking was even worth it. Destiny 2, yeah, it took a step in the right direction, but I don't know, it's just lacking in Destiny 2 in a lot of things.
I mean, what promise has he backed up on? The only one that I've actually now called him out on is the one you're seeing on screen. And this is the one I wanted to get to. This is the only one that I'm actually seeing that he has backed out on, because this statement that he's made here. But if you're an Xbox customer, the thing I want you to know is this is about delivering great exclusives for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists. That's our goal. That's why we're doing this. Now, this was made in regards to ZeniMax games. Now, obviously, there's some games that were already on the platform existing, so those are not counting. But this is the first time where he's actually going back. What else has he actually said that or done that goes back?
I hate when they ask if this exclusive is going to the Switch, and here we have rumors of them releasing more games to the Switch.
Yeah, but that's that is a Microsoft and a Phil Spencer problem. When they announced Blade, look, PlayStation announced Wolverine, right? On the bottom right, you had Insomniac. On the bottom left, you had the PlayStation logo. It didn't even say what platform it was going to. It didn't say PlayStation 5. It didn't say PlayStation 4. It didn't say PlayStation 6. It just had the PlayStation logo to let you know that it's going to PlayStation. Why didn't Blade have the Xbox logo? If it had the Xbox logo, none of these questions would be asked. Like, I really want... And to me, all of this is still because of the FTC trial going on. I'm guessing they're being told by their legal team to not make anything... don't put anything out there that could be used counterproductive. Because if Blade was announced as an Xbox exclusive, not even Xbox Series X, but Xbox Next, because we all know it's going to the Xbox Next. But if they announced it as an exclusive, the FTC right now in court, because they're still trying to, actually dissolve the ABK merger, believe it or not, they're still trying. Much waste of your taxpayers' money, by the way. My condolences. But they would pick up on Blade and say they said that they wouldn't do this, and now they are. The whole case-by-case narrative would then be for Microsoft, and it's just a headache. A lot of the issues that I feel Microsoft is going through right now is because of the FTC. It's like that gnat that won't go away, but it really needs to stop at this point so they can just push on with what they want. And I also feel that even though he made the statement in 2021, if you've seen my video, after I had some time to reflect, putting a few games on the Nintendo Switch is just brownie points for a win when they decide to turn around and say, hey, we want to buy this small studio or small publisher. And when the FTC immediately props up, like, what's that creature I wanted to say? I forgot. Nope, it's gone. But when the FTC pops up with their head like, and says, hey, look, we told you they're going to try and buy another one, Microsoft are going to turn around and say, yeah, but look at what we've just put here. We put a Game of the Year contender on the Nintendo Switch. We didn't hold it back. And then at that point, the FTC is going to say, yeah, but you didn't put it on my PlayStation 5. And at that point, the judge is just going to bitch slap them down to the ground like they did in the previous trial. And I think a lot of this is based on them trying to win over and get those brownie points to make sure that then, because they're not done buying. We know this. They still want to build that portfolio. They know that the era of cloud gaming is coming. More and more people today are playing cloud. There are so many countries out there that can't afford the consoles, but they can afford a cheap subscription to be able to play, on the cloud, on their internet connection. And as the service gets rolled out more to those countries, Game Pass is going to grow and grow. That is the overall aim. But in order to keep people engaged, you need to build that war chest. So, over the next 10, 15 years, they are still going to buy it. And I think that they're even this year are going to buy another. Once this FTC situation is over, you'll see them that once they've got like 1 or 2 games on the Switch, or a really old game like Pentiment on the PS5, I think PlayStation 5 gamers will absolutely love Pentiment. You're going to see that those are going to be used as ammo to shut down the FTC when the FTC tries to come back and say they're at it again. And then all Phil Spencer has to say, look, we said in our original point, it's a case-by-case basis. We will look at the game, assess it. We're going to deliver to our customers first. Certain games will be exclusive, like they showed on that graph where the game is new IP, whatever. Then you've got games that are too big to be exclusive, like the Minecraft, like the Call of Duty. Then you've got the other games that are kind of on the borderline. But then they're going to release like games that have been on the console for like a year or 2 years. Just trickle it out every so often to then turn around and tell the FTC, yes, we are releasing games.
Statement. The Xbox Genesis is coming.
Now let me go back. What do you think of that, chat? What do you think of what I just said? The final shape better hit. Bungie Independence is banking on it. They're not, but the final shape ain't gonna hit. Bungie doesn't know how to make a hit anymore. I've always seen this as Microsoft will allow other platforms to have Game Pass if they wanted. Microsoft had, well, this is the thing, right, Tyler? Microsoft has offered PlayStation in the past to have Game Pass. Jimmy Ryan rejected. Nintendo rejected. But he came out on record and said that they're not going on Game Pass. Game Pass is not going on competing platforms. He's came out on record and said this as well. So I think the biggest issue right now is that there's so many different narratives coming out from Xbox. And I think, was it Clobril that said there's too many cooks at Microsoft right now who are trying to make the decision, and the message is all over the place. But the underlying
Absolutely.
message is this: if they trickle out games that aren't adding any more value to the Xbox ecosystem, if they trickle out games that are no longer, selling Game Pass as a service, and they don't really hold the value that they held when they launched a year, 2 years ago, because the majority of Xbox gamers are done with it, and those that aren't done with it, they're not exactly going to go and buy a Switch just to play Hi-Fi Rush. They're not going to go buy a PS5 to play Hi-Fi Rush. They're going to play it on their Xbox. So those consumers aren't going anywhere anyway. But when the time comes for them to go and buy another publisher, which they will, right? We all know this, and it'll be interesting if they go for Capcom, because I think that's going to hurt the most for many people. But you know,
Mhm.
let me just throw a bit of shade for those PlayStation fanboys that will now probably have nightmares about that. Um, you know, when that time comes and the FTC turns around and says, "Look, look, 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 we told you it was going to happen. They're going to foreclose, and they're going to do it again," and then Microsoft will say, "No, look, we've got like 4 or 5 games here that are single player that we've released on other platforms." They can even go as far back as Ori, right? And Cuphead, which were exclusive to Xbox, and say, look, they
I,
released as well. And this is all ammunition for Microsoft to turn around and say, you know what? We didn't do what you said. We could have done what you said, but what you are saying is a hypothetical that could happen, but it won't happen. And we have proven that it won't happen. So, what is your argument to rejecting this merger? And at that point, they will lose again. And then they'll look dumb. Unless, of course, the
again.
Biden administration gets kicked out and then Lena Khan's gone anyway. And then no one's going to oppose the merger anyway.
Now, Edward did make a good point that Blade didn't have the Xbox logo because the initial Bethesda teasers never have platform branding. You can take a look and see even this from the Indiana Jones game.
100% agree.
Same thing. Same thing.
100% agree.
Now,
But
with
Indiana Jones was supposed to be multi platform.
yes, but it didn't have the logo in the initial trailer.
Right.
But if you remember from the trial from ABK, when they came out with all the leaks because of the misfiling that happened,
Yep.
Starfield was always going to be an Xbox exclusive once the Xbox bought it, once Microsoft owned ABK
You mean
and
ZeniMax?
yeah, ZeniMax. And even though Starfield was initially going to be a PS exclusive, Xbox just said, "Hey, we're pulling the rug on that." Essentially,
I mean, it wasn't even supposed to be, right? It was placed. Starfield might be a PlayStation exclusive. No contract was made, because if the contract was made, just like
they would have had to honor it.
Tokyo, they
Yes,
would have had to honor it. So there was nothing in place. It was just media
correct.
saying that this was, they were
But
expecting it to be a PlayStation exclusive. And by the
my
way, if you
point
look
is,
on X right now, there are so many ponies that are begging for Starfield to come to
yeah,
PlayStation.
I saw that.
It's full. So many of them are like, oh my God, I would love to play this game. The same
But
people that were capping at it.
here's two sides of that coin. Also, okay, we know that there's going to be a shadow drop at the direct, and we know that there is a game that was in Game of the Year contention at some point for Xbox exclusive
Pentiment.
that is going to be coming to the Switch. Okay, we don't know what that is yet, but
Yes.
at the same time, there was no mention of it coming to PlayStation. None, zero. Whether it does or not, we'll see. It may, but we don't know. But at the same time, also, in those ABK trial documents, it did state that when ZeniMax was bought back in what March to July era last year, that Bethesda themselves have come out and said every game that is tied to us is now going to be Xbox exclusive.
Yes.
unless they decide Xbox decides otherwise.
Correct.
And so far, there has been nothing saying that anything coming from Bethesda is going to be pushed out on all platforms. The upcoming Oblivion remaster, Xbox. We don't know if it's coming multi-platform. It was multi-platform before,
But it doesn't need
but
to be anymore.
this yeah, exactly.
You know
All
what
the
they should do
updated
though?
graphics.
You know what they should do
I
with Oblivion?
what's that?
They should make it a free download for Xbox and $70 on PlayStation.
I say put it in Game Pass and make it $30 on Xbox and 70 on PlayStation.
If it's on Game Pass, it's free.
Exactly. That's why I make it $30 on Xbox.
Oh, right. You mean to sell it? I mean, yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I get that, but make the ponies pay for it. $70.
But again, it's a Bethesda title, and they have not said that anything that's coming out from them in the foreseeable future is going to be Xbox exclusive. But we know that they also haven't stated otherwise that it's not going to be Xbox exclusive. And this is the same thing for the Fallout 4 remaster that's due to be coming out, and the eventual Fallout 5, which is supposed to be Todd Howard's last game at the company.
It is, yeah.
That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who knows? He might pull a Chris Metzen and come back after a year or two. Wouldn't that just be the biggest kick in the balls?
But it's just the messaging overall. You know, at the end of the day, Microsoft has to be really clear with their messaging. But I also feel that with the FTC still on their, you know, on their heels, and they're still trying to get that preliminary injunction that was rejected. They're still trying to get that overturned right now, which I think is part of the reason why all of this, the ambiguity is going on. Tyler says, I think they'd still be asked, as ponies are already stating now because of Australia boards. Yeah, there's one over here. I think it's this one over here that you're referring to. So we're going to get to that in just a sec. Blade didn't have the Xbox logo because, no, I get that, but I think in this occasion, it kind of needed it, is my point. I think it needed it to just set away the ambiguity. I know they never do it. You know, I get that. But I think in order just to shut everyone up, including the media, it kind of was needed. Phil said exclusive games. Not every game will be exclusive. He said game by game basis. Maybe 90% are exclusive and 10% on my platform. He did say that. And in 2023, at the Tokyo event, he was on record saying that, Xbox games are not exclusive to Game Pass. I'm not sure if any of you read that interview, but he actually made that. He actually made that statement that Xbox games are not exclusive to Game Pass. So this is what I'm saying when I said his messaging is really, really mixed. And I think, a lot of people are saying that, we're entitled gamers and all this. And I think that's a whole load of fucking bollocks. At the end of the day, as Xbox gamers, we have supported them through probably their worst generation with the Xbox One. They didn't have much going. They had cancellations left, right, and center. They weren't getting the third-party exclusives left, right. But, the loyal Xbox fans still stuck by them and supported them. And so at the end of the day, the least that they could do is provide a clear message of what it is they want to do.
Now, I think we deserve that. Meaning that it's coming to Steam.
But that is still... This is the point I was making at the start of the stream. Is Stream regarded as its own platform? Everyone on Twitter seems to think, no, it's not its own platform, and therefore it counts because PC is the platform, and as long as Game Pass is on PC in some form, Steam is fair game. So that was the point that I was raising with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, by the way. I think Steam is its platform, and it's a weird enigma, but Microsoft, Phil also has a really good relationship with Gabe. So I don't think they want anything to go against that. And just Steam is just a money churner, right? More than anything else. But at the same time, it's that mixed messaging. You got in 2021 saying that Xbox games coming that are exclusive are going where Game Pass is. And then you've got him saying that, 2 years later, Xbox games aren't exclusive to Game Pass. The messaging is all over the place. And I just feel like us as gamers who have stuck by him need to know where we stand. Like, I don't, honestly, um, if they turned around and said, yeah, the games are going to be exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem for 2-3 years, and then they're going to be filtered out to other generations, I don't care. At that
Now,
point,
here's an
I
actual
don't care
interesting
because
question for the chat. I know me and you have discussed this once before, at least. Um, how long do you think games should wait before they are remastered, remaked, and brought to the newer platforms? Because I know for me, and I'm pretty sure you, Chaos, can also agree that a remaster or a remake of a game is a game that is not available on the latest platform. Whether that be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or 20 years. If it is not on the last,
and while chat is pondering that, I'm just going to quickly go through some
yeah,
stuff in
go ahead.
chat.
I'll read.
Ori being on Switch didn't stop the FTC or CMA. It didn't help the FTC or CMA. At the end of the day, the harm to the console harm was not proven because those games were on there. The harm to console, to PlayStation and Nintendo, just wasn't proven. And the FTC repeatedly tried to diminish and push the Switch away when all the experts that were coming on proved that the Switch is actually a valuable commodity within the gaming sphere. Whereas the FTC and the CMA at the time, when they were, teaming up with Jim Ryan, were actually saying that there was console harm. As soon as the console harm dropped, both of them jumped off the PlayStation bandwagon. The FTC lost, and then immediately they kind of found this what are we going to do? What we're going to do? They pretty much started throwing everything at the wall and found the cloud issue. And they couldn't do anything when it came to the actual console harm. So it did actually do its job because there was no console, there was no harm to the platforms. When they eventually they came out with this whole cloud stuff, which I think is still bogus, but it is what it is. The Xbox Genesis is coming. That would be amazing. I love my Mega Drive. We call it the Mega Drive, by the way. Microsoft needs
No,
more studios
I
to
remember.
feed Game Pass, and because it is only a matter of time before Amazon, Meta, and Google get serious, Microsoft building defense those. Yeah, exactly, Edward. They are building those that war chest because when cloud really kicks off, I mean, just look at Amazon Luna. It's not doing well. I mean, they already turned around and said that they're shutting down most of it. They've gotten rid of like 70% of their staff within Amazon Luna, and they're just keeping a few cycled games that are being sold with Amazon Prime, that are part of Amazon Prime, because apparently, due to their research, the consumers like free games. Well, no shit. Who doesn't like free games? But apparently, they've come to that realization after like 100 hours of research that consumers
Hmm.
like free games. I mean, I could have told them that, and they could have saved a lot of money, and they could have just time and just given me all the money. The benefit of
Absolutely.
Game Pass, Edward, is that it does not purely need first party titles to be successful. Agreed. But I think first party titles help sell it. Not having first party games on there will diminish it a little bit, in my opinion. Might be missing too much, but that's part of what I mean about them not being the same company. Fair. Some have strings on them, some don't. Phil's the guy. His word is the guy. Word is his bond. No, I agree that Bold, but he's made two contradicting statements here, and I think at some point he just I think as a community that has stuck by him and stuck by the brand and supported like his vision for where he wants Xbox to be. Because let's face it, we have all been really supportive of Game Pass. It is a great service. It is very, very great. It's an insane value when it comes to gaming. But I feel them. I think if they were giving a clear message at the beginning or a clear message, halfway through last year on what they want to do, I don't think people would be that annoyed. Honestly, I genuinely don't, But if you come out and say this is categorically not happening, and then 2 years later say this is categorically happening, it kind of doesn't leave a good, feeling for those that actually feel like they're being respected. Now, I will give another perspective to this, right? I will give a totally different perspective to this. I asked my son today, how do you feel about I asked him, do you enjoy Hi-Fi Rush? And he said, yeah, it was a good game. I finished it. And I said, great. Where did you play it? He said, I played it on the Series S because he's got a Series S. He didn't even want a Series X. Can you believe that? He's a weird kid. I offered to buy him a Series X and he said, no, the Series S is fine.
Not so weird. My son is happy with his Switch.
He doesn't have a Switch. They don't use my Switch. The last game they played on my Switch was Breath of the Wild. But, I said, so how do you feel about the game going over to other platforms like the Switch? And like, he's a casual gamer, right? My dude plays Valorant, Roblox, all sorts of games. Free to play games, paid games. He's all over the place. I mean, he's right now playing Final Fantasy 15 on the Windows edition. And his response was, I don't care. They can do what they want. As long as I get the game for free, who cares? And that kind of stood out for me, really, because we're all on Twitter and we're seeing all these console wars and brand loyalty, and we're the hardcore gamers, right? We're the crew that is proper hardcore. We're in the trenches. We're battling it out with the gas giants and the bad take people, and those that beg their communities for money and tell them that they don't care if they don't. We're in the trenches battling with these people, but the average consumer just doesn't care as long as they're getting the game. And one of the things that I will say that actually corroborates this is the 30-60 FPS drama. There was a post made by Bungie last year, I think it was sometime early last year, where they came out and asked people, can you please update your game? Because a good portion of the PS5 players who are playing Destiny 2 are still using the PS4 version and running the game at 30 FPS and not running the game at 60 on the PS5 version. There was a large portion, I think it was something like 30% of the player base from PlayStation that were still stuck on 30 FPS, and they didn't care because the average person comes home, puts the game on, shoots a bunch of bad guys, and then turns it off after an hour. That is the average person. And Bungie had to turn around and actually ask people, can you maybe upgrade your game? Use the PS5 version that we put so much effort into? But I think that's the bigger picture. After the lawsuits are done, then Microsoft won't be as coy about exclusives. Steve Weston, I agree. Something tells me Xbox is telling the world, bring me your poor, sick power, your dreams, play Xbox. Very well could be. Bandai is probably the player that impacts my gaming the most. Bandai is a good company. They make Gundam games, so I will always respect them. I'm a massive Gundam fan. Do not disrespect Gundam.
Is that the King Thrash?
Huh?
Is that the actual King Thrash Gaming in the chat?
I don't know. The more games that go into Game Pass, the worse industry gets. Microsoft is just very selfish and self-serving. Why is that, Jordan? I disagree with that. They're allowing more people to play more games, and those countries that are actually unable to play games are actually now able to experience the joys of video games, even if it is through the cloud. They are able to do it through a subscription service. I don't see any negative to that. Microsoft to adopt a 2-3 year timed exclusivity period for non-tentpole titles has a lot of recommended. Yeah, I can agree with that. So like the games like Halo, Elder Scrolls 6, these big flagship games, they are to remain within the Game Pass ecosystem. But the smaller exclusives, the smaller titles like the Pentiments, they can go out.
I want to address something that Lash just said. So you are paying for Game Pass every month to play a game you already own, or just for these extra features? Let me ask you something, Last. When you see a game like Spider-Man 2 come out on PlayStation, okay, and you pay $70 for an unfinished game, or a game that leaves you very lackluster in the way you finish it, okay, and then, no. I know you were talking to Lorenzo. I got that. But then when you see a game like Starfield come out, okay, yes, you can pay for the game and you can own the game. So if for whatever reason it leaves Game Pass, you still have it and can play it. Then you turn around and say, what is the benefit of having Game Pass on Starfield when it has DLC for things? Because then rather than paying $70 for the game, you're getting the game essentially for the price of Game Pass month to month, however long you play it. And then you're only paying for the DLC upgrade. And you're getting more value regardless.
But that's the thing, right? You're always
Hey,
getting
Davey,
value.
me too. I actually got 2 copies of Starfield because I have my premium edition copy. I bought I subscribe to Game Pass. My wife subscribes to Game Pass, and I just got her the premium DLC upgrade for her account. So I spent a total of what, 140?
Oh, my battery died.
Oh.
Finally.
Mm.
I charge my watch like once a month. It's good battery. But you know, I bought the early access digital.
Yep.
I couldn't at the time. I couldn't financially afford the collector's edition. And then it sold out. And then a friend of mine, Seth, actually, I'm not sure if he's in the chat or not, but he actually turned around and, you know, found it in game. It's a video game store that we have, and I bought it. It was $250, standard price. But you know what? So I'm paying for certain games, regardless of whether they're on Game Pass or not. I will buy because, and that applies to. I mean, I'm not a big physical hunter, but certain games that I know I am going to enjoy and going to love, and I just want a physical version of it or the collector's edition, like the Final Fantasy 14 series. I don't have like Final Fantasy 16 collector's edition, but I do have like from Final Fantasy 14 1.0 to 2.0, 3.0,
Okay.
4.0, 5.0, all the way up to 6.0 now. I've got as the collector's edition. And when I move into my new place, hopefully within, well, soon, because that's drama I'm dying with in my life right now. But once I move in, I'm going to have like a big shelf at the back. I'm going to take those statues and figurines out and put them all across. It's going to be really cool. And I'm
Nice.
hoping it's going to look amazing. But like, it's only specific franchises that I'll bother with physicals. But like with Starfield, I did buy the collectors and the early access because at the time
Yep.
I couldn't get the collectors, so I wanted early access. And this is Microsoft's way of double dipping anyway. Still think that's really about the loss of tax revenue, I guess. Little
Devastator with the
to
super
do
chat.
with actual direct. Oh, we got a super chat in. Ultimate gives all DLC for Game Pass on. Ultimate gives all DLC for some games on
Some
Game Pass.
games on Game Pass.
Does it though?
Very few.
And Devastator, thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate you. I know Starfield isn't one of them. Forza Motorsport is definitely not one of them. Let me see if I can blitz through these comments real quick because I don't like not reading their comments and ignoring it.
Yeah, getting behind a little bit.
Yeah, so let me just quickly blitz
No, go ahead.
through these. Where was I? Up above. Here we go. Xbox is giving away 2 free exclusives and are getting 4+ exclusives this year. Yeah. And it really depends what those exclusives are, right? If it's something that's kind of past its sell by date and it's been kind of no one really cares at this point, then whatever. Guess how many developers aren't owned by Sony and Microsoft? A lot. But a lot of them are owned by Embracer or in part by Tencent. Sony was trying to make Starfield a PlayStation exclusive, but never got so far as signing. Agreed. So many games does the average consumer play per year. So how many games does the average person play per year? About 2 or 3, a maximum 4. Microsoft gives you every incentive to not support the industry. No, they actually give you more incentive because the average consumer plays about 3-4 games a year. With Game Pass, you're playing more. And depending on those people, most of them don't buy full price games either. They wait for a sale. Let ponies pay $70 for Microsoft first party games, like subsidized Game Pass. I know, right? Poor beggars will keep Xbox in the news. This is the worst. That's the other thing. The SEO that Microsoft is getting is crazy. As someone who works like with like SEO and stuff, all the mentions that comes with Xbox just pushes it to the forefront of every news article, of every news search. It's great. So thank you for all those people that actually don't like Xbox for promoting Xbox. It's a great service you're doing. Steve's metrics are public enough. They are, but they're also, as we saw with Starfield, very heavily review bombed. So can't even really trust their reviews anymore because it's so easy to go to Steam, buy the game, play it for 10 minutes, leave a negative review, and then leave. And I've seen like at least 100 reviews just like that. It's sad that people do that. I don't agree with review bombing at all, no matter what platform it is. I'd say the average consumer nowadays play that support Microsoft at least 100 games a year. That does not mean finishing or beating, simply playing, even if it is just for now. I would agree with that, Tyler. There are
Yep.
rumors that this is supposed to drop. The drop is coming to PS5, not Switch. I think the rumors are wrong. I think it's going to the Switch. I know Reforge was saying that the Switch can't handle Hi-Fi Rush. I think he's also loopy.
We're not going to
NA
get on that
Oblivion
topic.
remaster should stay Xbox. That is an opinion, and I think that is something that they I think would actually set Xbox aside. But would it stay on Xbox alone, or would it go to PC as well? That's the question. And let the port beggars think it's coming. Started around 1,000 last year, only finished 52, but I don't work. That's actually still impressive, though, Susanna. That's like one game a week. That's still impressive, even if you don't work. So
Now,
good on you, my dude.
I will say to Tyler's question, would you rather Xbox buy Sega or Capcom?
Capcom.
I don't I don't think they're going to buy Capcom, and they've already gotten in bed with Sega, so I think that's more likely and plausible. Um, but at the same time, I don't see things like titles like Resident Evil coming to Xbox.
So this is
I
my
just don't.
opinion. Sega would make the most sense because it has such a diverse catalog from JRPGs to
Oh,
platformers
absolutely.
to games. But if you want to hurt the ponies, Capcom.
Very, very true.
If you took Capcom away from PlayStation, I swear to God, they would riot. That would
Yep.
hurt them so bad. That would literally push them over the edge. I mean, you'll be seeing ponies just going out into the field and just, running into their stables, trying to find somewhere to hide while they look all glum and eat their hay. I just pray to.
Actually, Susano, you can get your daughter into Game Pass. Microsoft, you can do the family account plan thing, and it'll basically be under yours.
Yeah, I'm quite far
Because I do that
behind.
with my son.
Also, what you can do, if you're not aware, hi Chaos Lounge, how are you gonna try Palworld? I will definitely Devastator try Palworld. Um, I actually have Game Pass single. We don't have the family plan here in the UK.
Mm,
Um, and my son upstairs has basically made my Xbox his. So every time he uses his machine, it's basically as my default licenses.
right,
So when he logs in with his uh, gamer tag, he's basically able to use Game Pass.
right.
Um,
Because yours is the main primary on the account.
exactly. And when I log into my Series X downstairs, I'm using my gamer tag, and those licenses are still attached. Now, the only negative there is if Xbox is having any form of difficulties with the network, or you have any issues connecting to the internet, and that game is tied to your Game Pass subscription, then the machine downstairs won't be able to play the game because it can't authenticate.
Mm.
But I've had that happen once in 2 years. I think it's acceptable. trade. But that's also an option for you if you want to do it, and that is something that Microsoft does allow. Game Pass isn't enough. Game Pass is more than enough. Phil has contradicted himself in can tell you when. Okay, tell me when he's contradicted himself outside of the one that I've actually mentioned. Outside of the one that I've actually mentioned. It reminds me of the time I asked my dad if I could. Dad said yes. Archimon, okay. We also be on Seas. Yeah. I
think
actually
he's talking
want to
about
play.
Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, I actually want to play Sea of Thieves. We should actually. I mean, you can. How many players in Sea of Thieves? We should get together as a community and start our own little pirate group and go destroying shit up. At the end of the day, they only
Can a
had
party
them
only be
to
3
live.
people?
Huh?
A Sea of Thieves, can't a party only be 3 people?
I don't know. I'm hoping it's like 20. It'd be really good.
Yeah.
What is Tyler asking? I believe that William is a preacher of justice. Maybe free HBO, Netflix, Discord, Nitro with the pass over the years. Yeah, that has been really great. I mean, the offers from Microsoft has been just phenomenal. Even their perks. A lot of people don't use their perks, and it's just really, really good. Would you prefer Xbox? We've covered that. So, are you paying for Game Pass every month to play a game you already own, or just the extra features? I don't own every game. I rarely buy games if they're on Game Pass. I don't see the need to. I've lost the real desire to own physicals outside of a select few. So to me, the whole notion, oh, I want to own my game, and when you go and buy the collector's edition disc of Destiny 2 and the servers go down, you can use that disc as a coaster. As more games are going to require online access in order to play, that whole notion of owning your games goes down the drain. And all physicals do in this day and age is hurt the companies. I mean, not that I care whether it hurts them or not. At the end of the day, that's for them to resolve, not me. I don't care what their profits are or their losses are. All I care about is having good games. And that should be all that matters to anyone, not how many consoles I sold or whatever. What should matter to me is, are they releasing games on my console that I've got? Yes, great. Am I enjoying those games? Yes. But instead, the majority of the PlayStation fans are, we've got no games this year, but look at all those consoles that have sold. Oh my god! I mean, it's so weird and cringe. It's just,
Now, to
why
be
do you
fair,
get satisfaction over that sort of
Last
thing?
did say that PlayStation has 8 games that are coming out between January and March. They do.
Yeah,
But only one of those games is going to move the needle.
and probably 2 of them are exclusive. The rest are coming on PC as well.
Yeah.
Helldivers is going PC. Rebirth at some point is going to PC.
Rise of the Ronin.
I don't know if Rise of the Ronin is going PC. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then they've got nothing.
But they've got Final Fantasy Rebirth and The Last of Us 2 Remake.
But they're going to go PC as well. They might not be day and date, but they're going PC after a the timed exclusive period.
Yep. I think it's 3 months for Final Fantasy.
Yeah, so who cares? See, at 3 months, people are willing to wait. They're not going to spend £500 for a console to play the thing. Now, if it was 2 years, they might be inclined to pay that $500. Do you see the difference?
Right.
Well, at least that's not true. Can they get me early access every time? They can get me early access every time. We're kind of missing a conversation on subscription models. At least I missed it if it was talked about. What's that, Susano? Lots of people pay for Game Pass Ultimate. I pay for Game Pass Ultimate. I pay for Game Pass Ultimate for my nephew. Yep. PlayStation has more exclusives for 2024 than Xbox. Yeah, but how many of them are first party? Almost none. I think The Last of Us remaster, and at the same time, it's
That's a game that you already have on PS5.
Yep. There was a super chat from Tyler McCallum. I just need to say, well, I ran out of space. And Mark 2068 super chat for $2. Thank you very much. If you never tried Game Pass, don't say negative shit. I agree. Chaos Lounge Helldivers is a really bad launch, isn't it? Really bad. It is, isn't it? What is it going up against? Because it was covered with a bunch of stuff. What's a dumb take, Jordan? What did I say that was a dumb take? Not gonna lie, I bought Starfield Day 1 edition for $40 for the fast access. I didn't care it came with the DLC, just wanted it day one, instant access. It's smart marketing. It is, Tyler, and it's called double dipping. But your model has changed. You've gone from not having games day and date on PC to having games day and date on PC. Concord would never have been day and date on PC. Helldivers would never have been day and date on PC. So your model has changed. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. Whether you want to accept it or not is irrelevant. Games are going earlier onto thing. Didn't Jim Ryan say that the duration for any game that goes to PlayStation that is an exclusive will be 2 years? What happened to that? What happened to your 2 years? It's not 2 years. There are games coming out day and date. There are games coming out in 3 months. The model has changed. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. They're talking about bringing PlayStation Plus over to PC. When was that ever in the plan? Clearly, PlayStation gamers buying PC games, buying PlayStation games is not enough. It's not making the cut. It's not making the revenue. Jim Ryan has said this multiple times, that the revenue that comes in from purchases is not enough. It's not enough. And gas games, moving away from gas games, was a silly thing. Factions is a game I was personally looking forward to. I think it would have did really well. In fact, I actually think it would have did better than Destiny 2. I just think right now it has a much better stigma going for it. But instead of actually developing that, they decided to fire every single person that worked on the goddamn thing and turn around and say, oh no, we can't actually do this anymore. We've only got enough developers for one version of the game because we're too much of a small company. Whose fault is that? I mean, I get that you're running out of money and you have to lay off staff in order to be able to, keep the company afloat. But the way the exodus that has happened at Sony is crazy. You've got people cowering for their jobs at the moment over at Bungie. I bet they regret ever going into bed with Sony right now. They could lose their company. Don't sit there and tell me that their model hasn't changed. Games of Gold was a really dumb thing to remove. I think the offerings from Games of Gold just wasn't great. And I'm guessing that the actual metrics for that just weren't good either. It just wasn't good. But the actual price that you pay for Games of Gold, I think they still should have put those extra games like monthly onto Game Pass Core. I think that would have actually been the right move. I think they should have still done that and just changed it to Game Pass Core. Now, the one that doesn't make sense is the actual Game Pass on its own with no internet. That one doesn't make sense at all. Mm-hmm. That one doesn't make any sense to me at all. Doubt people.
DRM.
Yeah, it's just weird though, right? Doubt people know we got to keep. Doubt people know we got to keep those outright after they ended the program. We have 100 games and good ones at that. But that's the other thing. If I stopped my PlayStation Plus subscription today, all those games that I've got on my profile are unplayable.
Yep.
And when you turn around and see a lot of these PlayStation fans turning around and like saying, "Oh, Game Pass is bad. You don't own your games," I bet every single one of those. I don't want to get offensive, but every one of those people are actually downloading games off the PlayStation Plus and playing them, right? So how is that any different?
Not to mention that
goalpost
is notorious for how long now that don't put full games on their discs.
And that goalpost being moved is there for you again. The moment you have downloaded a single game off PlayStation Plus, there is no difference between you and a Game Pass user. None. Because even if you turn around and tell me, oh, I can still go out and buy it, so can they.
That is absolutely true.
That's why console sales matter. Console sales do matter for third party.
Yes.
I agree with that. Only third party. What's wrong with 343? They got rid of the waste employees that weren't doing a good job, and they replaced them with people that actually do have passion for Halo. And guess what? Halo Infinite Multiplayer has, propelled. From what it was to what it is now, it's a drastic, huge difference. So to say that, that's not the win you're hoping for.
Game Pass does offer discounts on their games. The difference between Game Pass and PS Plus, if you notice, Game Pass offers discounts on current games. PS Plus, the game has to be on their system for a couple months before they will offer it as a discount, unless it's a special promotion
That's partially correct.
on on an exclusive.
because if you want to, as a publisher, to put a game to go and actually put a discount on your game at PlayStation, you're actually not allowed to dictate the discount. You're even not allowed to put it on a discount.
That is
Sony
true.
actually turn around and make a decision of whether you're allowed to discount your own game. Right? They don't even give you that power. And this is one of the reasons why they're actually getting sued for $8 billion in the courts right now. And that's going to hurt them real bad when they lose that. They hid the option to get gold games behind too many menus. A lot of other menus, like, dude, for the longest time, I couldn't even find the PS Plus games. Those menus are crazy. But that's the whole point of it. They don't want you downloading them. They want to make it as difficult as possible.
It takes a while to get used to the navigation system of them.
Honestly, looking at the PS Plus catalog, I was quite surprised. They do have some nice games in the selection. They do. I've never said they don't. But what I'm saying is,
Yep.
the moment you download a single game from that catalog to play, you are no different to Game Pass. So I don't understand how Game Pass is unsustainable if they are half the mark already. 343 is making Halo great again. The new 343 is, yeah. The old 343, I think they were so revered in what they did yesteryear, that what they actually became was a former shadow of what they were. Game Pass also gives discounts. It does. What am I? Jordan, I am not wrong. I'm always right. Bonnie Ross, it's only going to get better for 343 and Halo. It is. And I'm really hoping that the next Halo that comes, or the next update for Halo that comes, they'll do like a graphical update for this Xbox next, and it will just blow everyone away. I've saved more than the cost of Game Pass just from using purchase discount alone. That's crazy, right? You get an exclusive discount with Game Pass, but they're unique to you. Yes, are they all like that, Cesano? Xbox is always having discounts. They do. I mean, discounts sell games. I think digital games are overpriced, right? And I think Microsoft should turn around and reintroduce what they did with the Xbox One. You know, when they had that whole DRM thing where they allowed you to, they said that you could trade in your digital game once you were done with it to lose the license and get some Xbox credit for it. I think they should reintroduce that. It probably won't be much that you're going to get for it, but if you're done with the game that you've bought, why do what's the purpose of continuing to have it in your catalog if you're never going to go back to it? Even if they gave you like $15, it's better than zero, right? Sony knows their hardcore players are so fanatical that they could sell them earwax. Steve, they sold them a brick that can fucking remote play, and you've got idiots out there celebrating that they're running native PS5 games on the Portal. The fact that they could actually be brainwashed to actually believe that the PS Portal can run native games, I think says it all, right? That Chris Hart actually genuinely believes that the PS Portal is running natively that game at 60 FPS on the PlayStation Portal. That takes a special kind of person. Halo multiplayer has got 30 million active users. Yes, it does. But I still think it'd be nice to see Microsoft release some of the numbers on Xbox, because I do feel like a lot of these numbers are coming from the Xbox and cloud gaming sphere on Game Pass, and it's just not being disclosed. But I think we should, it's high time that we start seeing some of those numbers. What I meant though, Chaos, is Jim Ryan always stated that Game Pass model is unsustainable. He did, because he was scared. He was scared because Sony cannot afford it. Sony can't afford to be in that position where they can offer the games on the PlayStation service day one. It would sink them. Whereas Microsoft, at the beginning, $1 billion is a lot of money just to invest in something. And they probably invested $2-3 billion at the very beginning to get it up and running. Startup costs are always way higher. But once they got the startup done, Then they started reaping the benefits. And Microsoft is in a unique position where they're $1 trillion company where they can soak up this sort of thing until it gets into a position where it is right now, where it's got an average overhead revenue, you know, a cost of upkeep for $1 billion, and they're bringing in $4 billion. So
Hmm.
that's $3 billion profit. No, you get like 40 a month that are for everyone. I think it would have been like 50% back. I kind of it kind of reminds me of like an NFT. Oh god, NFTs.
Yeah, we're not going into that one.
The past deals everyone gets are in a different category. I get that, Citano, except for the Diablo one. That one was pretty special when it launched. That was a
Yeah.
huge monumental cock up. I don't think it was that you could sell it back to Microsoft at Chaos. I remember it being that you could sell, resell, or trade the game with anyone else at any given time. And I'm pretty. I mean, if that was possible, I'm almost certain that you could trade it back in and just get a bit of credit for it. That's why it wasn't going to be much. You know, they wasn't going to give you $30 or $40 for it. They were going to give you like $10, $15 for it. So
Now, see, I disagree with Steven's statement. Sony and Nintendo are not even Microsoft's league anymore. Microsoft is too big for them. That's not exactly true because they cover different corners of the market.
yeah, Jordan, is that literally the only thing you can say? Bad take. I mean, at least call me the Batman. I mean, then it would actually be better, right? Looks like the PS model is more unsustainable than Game Pass. The PlayStation model right now, they have. I mean, how many copies of Spider-Man 2 have they sold? I mean, last
Last count
week's.
was 6.1 million.
So they still need another 1 million to break even.
Yes.
And if they're selling it with the actual console, they're only getting 50% of that revenue because they haven't hit the quota of the 7.1 million before the actual percentage that Marvel take starts to decrease. So if they were to sell another million copies of just the console bundled with Spider-Man, they would actually need to sell another 2 million just to put that into perspective, because Marvel now take 50% of the game's price rather than
Yep. 30 to
35%.
50%.
So, you know, it's the PlayStation cost to the games, sure. The mocap, the voice acting, and everything looks great, but it's coming at such a high cost that, like the Sony executives were asking, right? Am I, is the player getting, or is there 3 times the value in Spider-Man 2 as there was in Spider-Man 1? And the answer clearly is no. Microsoft is the biggest publisher in the industry and has their own console and exclusives. Never see that before. You won't, Stephen
That's
Avery.
true.
Got to bounce again for a minute. No worries. Sony realizes that the industry is bigger than they are. I mean, it's been. I mean, it's moving away from where they are. Sony is still stuck in the archaic model that everything is on the console. But they're realizing that that isn't the way. That's why they're investing into cloud now, because they don't want to be left behind.
Hmm.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Big Man Mike, how's it going? Oh, Big Man Mo.
Big Man Mike.
Hey, the funny part is they have it built into contract that they can lose the licensing if not selling X quota. That's a dangerous game. It is, and
Yeah.
they need to hit that.
Spider-Man 2 barely squeaked by so far.
Jim is the Black Knight in Monty Python. I don't know if you guys get that reference, but that's hilarious.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
hilarious. Saying none shall pass and Phil is cutting off his lips. I
Yep.
love that. Oh, that scene was so iconic. It's beautiful.
Hey, Squiggles.
Such a high cost for something to so stale. It is, but it doesn't matter if you're not buying the games. You got 50 million consoles and you can't sell 7 million copies of the game. You got
Yeah.
over 50 million consoles, and none of you are buying the games.
Now, if I remember correctly, with the Insomniac hack leaks,
What does it need? 100 million sales
every
before you're gonna start hitting the quota? It's kind of sad.
every every Marvel title that they release in Sony has to have at least 6 million copies sold. Spider-Man 2's barely squeaked by. With the cost of production at 315 million, Spider-Man 2 will not break even until it hits, I think the number was
7.1.
7.2, 7.1, 7.2 million before they start turning a profit on that game. And the thing that it states is they have 3 years to hit that 6 million goal. So the next one coming out is supposedly Venom 2025 and Wolverine 2026, as it currently stands. And if they don't hit 6 million within 3 years, then Marvel has the right to pull any Marvel IPs that have yet to be released.
They do. It's a really dangerous game. And don't forget,
Very.
like I said at the beginning, the percentages that Marvel are taking right now are the maximum percentages because they haven't reached their quota. Right? So,
Yes.
you know, when you're looking at the bundles, you're needing to double up on those in order for them to reach their quota. So 1 million becomes 2 million because they're
Hmm.
taking so much. And for every store purchase that goes, Marvel is taking royalty for that store purchase. The shopkeeper is taking royalty for that store
Yep.
purchase. And then Sony's taking their part at wholesale value, right? They're getting the wholesale price. So they're not getting $70 for the game. Whereas on digital, and this is why Microsoft has moved is aggressively moving away from physical. If a game sells for $70 on the Game Pass store and it's an Xbox game, they get 100% of the money.
Yeah, Edward, it was 3 years from the release date. And Green Goblin, those bundles are still selling at a loss because I don't think they started making their money back. Like Chaos said earlier, inflation. So those console bundles that are selling Spider-Man 2, they're still getting a portion of that taken away from their cut to Marvel.
Yeah, and the actual bundle that they're selling, the actual additional. So when they lose 50% of Spider-Man's value, so let's say £70, they're losing £35. That additional £35 is covering the deficit of what the console is in order for them to actually not make a loss on the console. If they sell the console on its own, it's still selling at a loss. But when they bundle it with a game that's priced at $70, that's where they make the break-even profit kind of thing. So
Yep.
they need to sell it with a game. The attach rate needs to be 1. But in terms of Marvel, they're actually getting hit twice, which is
Yeah.
not good. How many PS4s were sold? 117 million, and games have stopped going to the PS4, so it doesn't really equate into the matter anymore. And even then, at 17 million PS4s that were sold, only 20 million are on your PlayStation Plus. So I
Yep.
mean, from the 50 million that are on PlayStation 5, only 20 million are on there. Was it 22 million or 25 million? I mean, I think it's less than half of the people on PS5 that are actually using PlayStation Plus. But it
You
only
know
makes
what's
sense.
funny about that?
What's that?
When they came out with that 50 million number, and then somebody came out and said, but half of those numbers are split between PS5 and PS4. How much of those are counted for the PS Portal? Because they're technically counting that as a console.
I would say probably about 300 to 500,000. I don't think they sold any more than that. I mean, if they did, I really pity those PlayStation fans.
Yep.
But they're also counting the VR, which is a piece of shit. And I can say that because I own it, right? I can say it because I freaking own it. It's a waste of money.
There's what, like 9 games, and one of the recent developers on the VR2
They
even
went into
came out and
bankrupt.
said, "We're not getting love, so
Yeah,
we're pulling out."
they YOLO'd out of business. Um, but and I'm just waiting for it one day to be available on PC, if it ever does, and that's it.
Mm.
I mean, I thought it would have been this great piece of tech, and the tech is decent, but there's not the support. You've got the couple of add-ons for Resident Evil 8 and 4, and GT7 is pretty decent with it. But where's those like real immersive games that are exclusive, like not an add-on to a game I've already played? Because I don't like to replay certain games I've already played. Like, where's the Half-Life Alyx type of games? Where are they? But it only makes sense because the hardcore is only so many. Casuals only play Fortnite, COD, Apex, Minecraft. Yeah, and that's where it is. That's why the console number of sales don't matter. And when you're thinking of Fortnite, Apex, Minecraft, I don't even know if Minecraft needs PlayStation Plus to actually work. But Fortnite and Apex definitely doesn't.
Uh, it does and it doesn't. You can play single player Minecraft and you can do it co-op, but in order to do the Minecraft stores for like skins and things like that, the only way to get it on console is through the Minecraft store.
Ponies are hitting Twitter and YouTube too hard against Microsoft to actually buy play games. I mean, they are. They are begging for Microsoft games. Uh,
Yep.
and charge PlayStation a fee for missing the quote. Yeah, they will do. Don't forget marketing costs, and it wasn't in 6 million copies in 1 year. No, I think it was like 3 years or something. Don't forget
Yep.
Chaos. A lot of Spider-Man 2 was bundles with PS5. Surely PlayStation was taking a loss. The bundles is how they were actually making a profit on the console. Without that, they would definitely be making a loss. Uh, Sony fans think only PlayStation is best for gaming, but it needs Xbox to keep the price on. I mean, this is the one thing that I've never understood, right? Where they want Xbox to go third party. Do they honestly think that once, if Xbox ever went third party and out of the console business, that Sony wouldn't immediately increase the games prices from $70 to 100 or 120? Where's the
Easily.
competition to stop them from doing that? Where's the competition to stop the PS5 Pro being $1,000 or one
You
thousand
think
two
the
hundred?
Nintendo Switch or Switch 2 would cover that? No.
I mean, this is. I mean, competition is the reason why these are down. Competition are the reason why these prices aren't escalating. You already have, Rockstar talking about how they want to charge $150 for GTA
The standard.
6 for the standard edition. I mean, there was talks about it going up to $200 just for the standard edition. And do you honestly think that once competition has eradicated, the regulators can't step in to stop it? Are you going to be buying Spider-Man 2 for $150 every time for 8 hours of gameplay? I know I won't.
Nope. Not in the slightest.
You might make 1 million, but your costs are higher. You didn't actually earn anything. You're in the red. Yeah. Simple economics, mate. If you buy something for a 99p, if you buy something for £1, but it costs you £1.01, you're still in the red for a penny. VR
I find it
is
funny that in GTA 6 I can actually visit my house.
so. I think VR is a really cool tech, right? I think VR is fun because I've got the Quest 2, I've got the Quest 1, I've got the PSVR 1, PSVR 2. I actually am an avid fan of like VR. I really enjoy it. But it's never going to take off unless it's kind of like bundled with the hardware or it's priced at a point where you could just add it onto your console purchase. 500 quid is not going to be something that's going to take off everywhere. And because of that, you have a big problem because if there isn't enough of an attach rate of the PSVR headset, the games that are going to be made for it aren't going to be enough. And we've seen this with multiple different things. The Kinect was a prime example. If the Kinect had remained within the Xbox One and was sold with it, and people didn't lose their shit and mind with it, if Capcom wanted to make a game for it, they know that if 20 million Xboxes were sold, 20 million people have a Kinect. Therefore, that market is huge. But when the market goes down to something like a million, it ain't worth investing in. It's not worth making a AAA game for it because the market the size is too small. That's why these things, when they come out, they kind of either need to be priced at a really, really affordable rate or they need to be bundled with the console. Microsoft had the right of it with the Kinect. Even though the Kinect was ahead of its time and just not ready with the technology, that's a different matter. The fact is, if you want games to be made for for the accessory that you're trying to support, it kind of needs to go with it. I mean, just look at the amount of support Sony showed to the PSP and the Vita. Non existent. Both of those consoles were good. I played on them loads. There was hardly any support on there from Sony. You lose the lack of support from Sony, people lose interest. People don't want to invest in that hardware if Sony isn't investing in it. What does that mean? Third party support starts to go away. Once third party support goes away, you have a dead brick on your hand. The only reason the Portal is successful is because it doesn't actually do anything, right? It's just a brick that mirrors what you're playing. Therefore, it can't fail. I mean, if they actually failed that, they might as well go out of R&D business.
Yep. Not to mention a lot of things that people aren't realizing. Okay, everybody's spouting off about the PS5 Pro, okay, and how it's supposed to be coming soon, or they're wishing for the PS6 sooner. I would just like to point this out. You spent 500, sometimes 6, even more for a PS5 and all the accessories and whatnot. And then you're turning around 4 years later and excited for a new console to come. Where is the value for the console that you've already paid for? Because I'm sorry, one game a year and what, 4, 5, maybe some
20
exclusives,
years.
some multiplat third parties, and then you spread that same pattern out like what they're doing over the next 3 to 4 years before they launch the next new console, the next new system, or the reimagining of a system that you already own. They're not giving you value for what you're paying for, because you're paying for games. I mean, even out of the third parties that were released last year for PlayStation, how many of those were longer than 2 days worth of playtime? Not very many, if I remember correctly. Sure, God of War Ragnarok is breathing new life into the game, adding in, the roguelike mode that they had from Returnal, which don't even get me started on. And then you're turning around and saying that you want them to have a new PS5 Pro model, or you're wanting them to do the PS6. What happens when they start putting games on PS6 and your PS5 is useless? And now they're asking, instead of $500 for a console, they're asking for $800. You still think if they're keeping out the same cadence of games that they're putting out now, that it's going to count for the PS6 or the PS5 Pro? You're not going to get value out of that.
Susano, I'll drop 3K on a flagship laptop, but a console I can't even upgrade or trade it in for something new. That argument. I mean, the good thing I like about PCs is that if you built a PC for $3,000, it will last you 2 console generations before you have to upgrade again. That sounds quite bad when you put it that way, but it will last you. What are you trying to do? You're trying to get through? Okay, go. It will last you 2 console generations, yeah. And the value you're gonna get from that is
Yeah. And see, the
Oreo,
beauty
what
about
is
Game
up with
Pass
you?
going
No,
PC,
not that. Not that. You can go this way. There you go.
but the beauty about Xbox Game Pass also
Oreo. Oreo.
is you can always upgrade your PC. You can't upgrade your system other than hard drive storage.
What do you want? I know you can see he's there. He can see I have a cat behind the curtain and he thinks something else is there. The last time he jumped on the curtain, he pulled the whole thing down. All right, look. Kitty, 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 come here. Come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. No, 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 don't try to run away. Don't try to run away. No, 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 no. Calm down, calm down. Yeah, go there, and then you can go and do what you want with it.
And see, Tyler, putting 4,000 hours into your Series X in 2023 alone is proof enough, whether you buy the games physically or you buy them digitally or you get them on Game Pass, that you're definitely getting your value for the money. But how many games on PlayStation can you say are doing the same thing? It's not having retention.
I think I saw this recently. Yeah, this is the one I saw. This is where I think the technology for laptops are going to be. Have any of you seen this? It's a modular laptop. You can replace the
No.
graphics card, you can replace the processor, everything.
I saw one of like a little cube desktop that did that. I haven't seen one for a keyboard yet. That's cool. That's pretty nice.
But I think this is when laptops are going to truly. No, no, no! Oh god, he almost hit the power button. He's done that before in a stream, and it just went dead, and it was like, "Yep, game done." Chaos, like you always say, please, sir, can I have Xbox games, please? Can I please have PS? Pretty much. PC gamers are the biggest cheaters. Okay, I'll give you that one. I mean, console gamers came close with Cronus Max. They came close with Cronus. They've destroyed a number of games thanks to Cronus. Let's not take that away from console gamers because Cronus killed the Division.
And we're getting Division 3.
Stream elements 800 is too damn high for a PS5 Pro. Or why are you responding to stream elements? Let's see.
I think Carlo was meaning to respond to me because I mentioned $800 for a PS5 Pro or PS6.
And they've been around for at least a decade now. I mean, I haven't seen. At least this is the first time I've seen modulars, me personally. But this is the one I remembered from Framework, like that actually allowed you to change a bunch of stuff. I thought it was quite cool.
Yeah,
like, as you can see
that's
here,
the first one for a laptop I've seen.
Yeah, look, you can change the CPU into, you can change the AMD GPU.
Can you imagine trying to put a fucking 4070 or 4090 series in
Cats
something
are
like
assholes. They actually are. Watch next Xbox be a PC. See, Devastator, what I think Microsoft should do, right? And a lot of people generally come back at me with this, and they're really upset that I suggest this. But let me see what you guys think, and you as well, Power. What would you think of the next Xbox if it came with a dual boot that was, separate as a console? So it had the Xbox. It will boot always into your Xbox console, to your Xbox dashboard. But through the Xbox dashboard, you could dual boot into your a light Windows version where you could, through the Wi-Fi and stuff, connect it to your router and actually use it as a cloud-based PC. Or, even not a cloud-based, but an actual Windows PC. Having that hybrid for both of them. I think that would appeal to so many people.
I think it would be cool and yes, appeal to people. However, I would see problems with people trying to jailbreak it.
The two operating systems would be totally different. They wouldn't be interconnected. So even if they wanted to jailbreak Windows, it wouldn't connect to Windows. It would be a separate infrastructure entirely inside there. It would be like two separate machines put together.
I mean, Microsoft could always implement something in the background saying, for authenticity purposes, checking for versions and things like that.
Tyler, right?
Jailbreak it, it stops.
But no, I mean, they can literally, the moment you try to, you go over to the other one, it just Xbox turns off.
And there's already the Xbox game app.
Exactly. But I don't think it would be for gaming. Like, it wouldn't access any of the graphical processors or anything on a console. It would just be for just a simple PC. That's for word processing and whatnot.
I suppose it could work. It would definitely help for like streaming stuff if they were to do it that way.
I think it would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think it would actually it'll be a low cost, but for those people that kind of want a simple machine like a Chromebook to do their work, now they can have a Chromebook and an Xbox for £100 more or for £200 more. I mean, Chromebooks are like up to £300-400 now for the good ones. So if you price it around the same price or maybe £50 more, you're getting like a Windows PC and an Xbox console that can play games on Game Pass. To me, that seems like a no-brainer, but a lot of people seem to not like that. Dell would never release a laptop like that. I know, right? I know. It would be better if they made a handheld. I think this point of handheld, I think, is long gone. I think with the likes of MSI, Asus, Steam having already released, and if we don't even include the Steam Deck because it can't natively install, you've got the Aya Neos which can, you've got Asus you've got the Lenovo, you've got the MSI Claw. I just think that market now is getting too saturated for them to even bother. If they were going to release a handheld, if they were going to release a handheld, it would have to be one that I would say is probably on the power of the Series S or a little bit more powerful than the Series S to maybe try and push those games a little more. But it would basically be an Xbox console on a handheld. And at that point, you have to kind of ask yourself, what's the point if you can buy an Asus ROG that would just run the games better with a higher frame rate?
True.
So I think,
Convenience of price point, I would say.
but at the end of the day, if they released one for just Xbox games that would run at a 1080p resolution with, internals that can match that at an affordable price as a handheld console that could basically, communicate with, as we have right now around the Xbox ecosystem with Game Pass, with cloud saves and everything, that could work depending on the price point, because that would actually make it different to the Steam Deck. For those people that want just an Xbox experience, that would be a nice, easy go to. But if you don't just want the Xbox experience, then it becomes a bit more of a hard sell. Although Microsoft are making their own graphical chipsets, or is it CPU chipsets, so that will be interesting in itself to see how that develops. Although technically it already is, because the Xbox OS is quite literally just a modified Windows. Yeah. There are released handhelds that compete with Valve's product. Yeah. I think I named all of them, or most of them anyway. So PlayStation is better console. End of stories. No.
Who said
That
that?
that's a end of story to you, because your copium is pretty much driving you at this point.
Who said that? Oh,
Last,
last.
you know,
I didn't read that far down.
he's the last of us. He,
Probably would have got his name down.
once humanity ends, and there's no more of a human race, there's no corporations, he will be there at the forefront. Still, PlayStation's better, and there'll be no
Now
one to listen. But PlayStation's
I,
better.
now I will say this, Steve. As far as the next Series S equivalent being cloud gaming on any device, um, the moment that I saw the leaks about the Elwood, the adorable all digital system that they came out with, um, I would actually argue with the next console that is an all digital system, like what the PS Slim tried to do with one of their two SKUs, is give you a hard drive that is big enough. Because the thing that you have to remember is all these games are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, no matter whether it's Starfield, Spider Man, God of War, any of them. They are getting massive on your storage space. I have my PS5. I got the 1 terabyte internal storage, and I bought a 1 or 2 terabyte external storage for both that and my Series X. And even with the games that I have on my back library, because I've had since PS2 and PS1 games back in the day, I still have a lot of them too. I can't physically fit all of them space wise. I have to delete games in order to put other games that I want to play on. So if I'm going to get a new console, okay, from here on out moving forward, and it doesn't offer anything comparable in the space of storage wise, or the games don't get smaller, which we know they're not, although they could with cloud, since most of the game is not going to be stored on your system, you're just accessing the authenticity rights to be able to connect to the cloud, then you're not going to even be getting half of those games, because you're going to be sticking with one game for so long till you beat it, unless they keep coming out with games like Spider-Man that are, 10 to 20 hours long, and then you're done with it. Then you're not going to be satisfied, which is why games that are on Xbox Game Pass or Xbox in general that are exclusive, or PS5s that are now coming to PC is so great because your PC can have infinitely more storage than your console. Because even with a console, an SSD, you could only get one expansion card because there's only one slot on the system for that card. And they only sell two different models, a 1 terabyte and a 2 terabyte SSD. And that's only going to hold so many games when 125 gigs is one game, not including patches and updates. And that's not including everything that you have moving forward, where games can either A, get bigger, or B, they're going to have so many updates, DLCs, and things over time.
All right.
So you have to think, sorry, I'm ranting.
No. Go. Finish. I thought you finished.
I am now.
Because I saw something in chat where Lars said PS5 games are generally more well rated and they're not review bombed by the media. And let's face it, Xbox games are review bombed by the media. That's my reasoning. And he said over here, someone said, well, that's if they're not enough PlayStation people are buying games, that's Sony's issue, not my issue. And I agree. I think that's a really positive way to look at things. That is Sony's issue and Microsoft's issue to resolve. But the problem, the point you actually lost me on, right? You was going so well last. You was doing so well, and then you just had to throw yourself under the bus and get run over by a stampeding camel. Because when you turn around and say that is the problem with Xbox players, they care too much about Microsoft, not their experience. Weren't you the one parading in the streets butt naked, going, "We sold 50 million consoles"?
Don't forget, PlayStation users were the ones who were rioting in New York because somebody was going to offer them a free PS5.
I mean, weren't you the one parading 50 million consoles? We have so many consoles. So how is it not your problem then? I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that this is the problem with Xbox users when you're doing exactly the same thing and then turn around and say that's a PlayStation problem and not my problem. You can't have it both ways. You almost had it though. And I can see Jordan is agreeing with you because I guess there's that, bro in arms, solidarity. You're the only two in here that's up against everyone else. And
now,
you almost had it. You almost had it.
Last and Jordan, okay? You two both advocate for PlayStation and eventually all consoles to make generic games $100 base value, right? Because I want to put something into very clear perspective for you if that ever does come to pass. Okay, the average household, at least here in the States, makes between 20 and 40,000 a year. And that's as a single person. Okay. And that's if you have a decently minimum wage, well paying job that you can keep and that you can't lose. Now, if games go to $100, okay, you're excluding more than half of your fan base because you want to raise the price because they simply can't afford the games. And if they can't sell the games, they can't make newer games because they won't literally have the funds to do it and they're going to go under because of it. So, yes, they'll make a game, they'll put it out, people will buy it. But I don't think that they're going to be able to say, we can keep putting games out at this cadence and stay profitable. I'd say it'd even be almost a 90% drop in sales, Carla.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, how's
Because
it going?
you're just literally not going to have people that are going to consistently buy games on a daily basis. They're going to drop buying physical altogether and everything's going to go to PS Plus now. And if they start doing that, you're not going to be able to get any of the new games that they come out with. And people are going to start dropping the PS Plus system because they can't get games for free like they can on Game Pass. The value is just not equal.
Yeah. And just think, Devastator 2000. if Microsoft decides to go third party, that $100 is going to become like 150.
Yep.
Because there's no competition, and this is what PlayStation fans are advocating for. This is what
Yep.
they want, and it blows my mind that they actually want to pay 50% to 100% more than what they, well, over 100% of what they're paying now, just for some bragging rights. It
I,
blows my mind.
I think Mr. Seven Digit hit it on the head. I would care about what Sony makes because that affects you as the player.
It does. Because if they're not making money, they're not making games. It's that simple.
And if nobody is challenging them to push games, then what's to stop them from just keeping on doing it? They would raise the price of the PS Plus because that's the only way people are going to be getting their games. If they do a sustainable model like Game Pass and put games day and date for free, at least for a month when the game comes out, then yeah, I could see that then being a success. Because then, hey, the game comes out, say July 1st. You have PS Plus. You get to play the game for all the month of July. When it gets down to like the last week of July, it'll give you a notification. This is leaving August 1st. Would you like to buy this so you can continue playing? That, I think, is the way the model should be. You
Take it
play
easy,
the
Steve.
game, try it, you like it. See you, Steve. But I mean, Game Pass, as long as you have an active subscription, you have the game forever. Same thing with PS Plus for games that you buy. The problem is PlayStation doesn't offer enough free games each month, and the games that they do offer, sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss. More often than not, it's a miss.
Yep. Tyler, I agree. Some of the price tags are ridiculous over there, but the Game Pass is, the one saving grace that actually allows them to game over there. Could the industry
Yeah,
support all Game
taken.
Pass subscription services? I think it can, depending on how much you invest in games and how much the subscription model is, and it depends on how many subscribers you've got. I mean, if they started to put all day and date games on PlayStation, and your subscription doubled overnight from 25 million, or let's just say 25 million to 75 million, tripled overnight, right? That's a huge revenue intake, and the thing that people are missing here is that 75%, that 75 million. If let's just, I'm just making a number up here, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's a monthly sustained revenue, because not many people like to pay for a whole year, so they are paying for monthly, and that's sustained revenue coming in every month.
Absolutely.
Bank balances love that sustained revenue. It may dip a little, it may go up a little, but the idea is that it's going to constantly grow over time. But it's sustained revenue that's appearing on the balance sheet, which is funding everything else. Just look at the Netflix. How are they affording to pay all these actors and stuff, with and get all these movies onto their service? They're doing it because the sustained value of their subscriptions continues to come. And sure, they are increasing their price, but all subscription services will eventually increase price. Game Pass will increase their price as well. Eventually, it's going to get to $20 a month. PlayStation just recently increased their price by 30 to 50% in some countries. In Turkey, it went up by 500%. Right?
Yep.
That's how much they increased it by. So no one is immune to price rises, but what's important is, are you still getting value for that yearly subscription? Now, with Game Pass, it's £130. If you play two AAA games that you don't want to buy, but you just want to experience, you've already made your money for the whole year. I played Lies of P, Forza Motorsport, Forza Horizon 5. I don't know if that was released in 2023. Might have been 2022. But I played a bunch of games on there, including Hi-Fi Rush. I made my money already. If I was to buy those games in the shop, it would have cost me more day one than $140. So as far as I'm concerned, I've paid that money now. I've played those 3 games. Everything else I'm getting on the service is fine. But what Microsoft is getting in return is my continued custom of, sustained revenue. And that's really important. You seen the Pokemon game with the shooting come to Game Pass? I did. That's really cool.
Apparently, it's supposed to be 32 players
Yeah.
teamed up. I'm looking forward
PlayStation
to
is
that.
getting sued. You can't buy games from third party. Yeah, but that's because they created a monopoly, right? They basically turned around and do not allow you to buy PlayStation top up cards from anywhere outside of their own place. I think there's only one place in the UK that actually sells it, and I don't even know how they're selling it. But you can't go into game and buy a digital version of the game at a cheaper price if they were doing an offer. You have to only go thing. Whereas on the Xbox, you can. On Switch, you can. Sony have created a monopoly, and monopolies are bad, and that's why they're getting sued. And if you see their winter sale, it was almost the exact same as the Steam sale. They have good prices. Some of the sales prices are good, yeah, I agree. I think I'm gonna probably pick up Catherine. I've been planning on picking it up for a while. It looks crazy enough for me to want to play for it. They already have this Catherine.
Oh yeah, my son had that game for a while. It's actually pretty good.
They already have the standard was 65 years ago. Not like it used to. Moment. This is fact. Microsoft announced the Xbox Series X as console price first. PS5 would have been more expensive otherwise. I think it would have. I think it would have, and there's no doubt in that. If Xbox closed shop and stopped making COD, the PS sales would plummet. I mean, if COD stopped producing games and providing the revenue for Sony, they couldn't do half the stuff they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's true.
How many developers are there? Developers for what? Sorry.
Power World.
Power World? I don't know.
I haven't looked that deep into it. I just
said
know
this
it's
before,
Pokemon with guns.
but would keep in mind, Japan changed their taxing systems. Prices are being forced up there as of October or November of last year. And I mean, the new rules that have hit the gacha systems in China with Tencent losing what? I think it was 20% of their revenue. That's crazy, right? Overnight, they lost 20%. They lost billions overnight.
Yep.
And now they're laying off staff because of regulations to their economy for gacha games. Sony tried to give them Saints Row remake that killed Volition as a free game. Devastated, seeking violence. Can't wait for it. Can't wait to try Power. Power, I'm hoping is going to be good. Again, Xbox players are talking about revenue. That is a problem. No. It's all connected. If Sony isn't making money, you're not getting games. That will affect you. If Sony starts making losses, it isn't a Sony problem. It's an everyone that wants a PlayStation problem. Because at that point, they go bye-bye and you're stuck with a console that has no games. Just like in 2024.
2022, you mean?
Yeah. Let's be honest, these companies want to evolve and grow. Just console isn't doing the trick. Mr. 7 Digit, 100%. Consoles are hitting saturation. We're not going to see, the PS2 levels of 170 million consoles. I think the PS4 with the 117 was another enigma. And the only reason it hit 117 was because how bad the Xbox One did, right?
Yeah.
It's because how bad. It wasn't because of how good it was. It was because how bad the Xbox One was. That's why it sold so many.
That is true.
So, I don't see the PS5 hitting those numbers. But all exclusives are on Game Pass. Why should I go buy a console? But all exclusives are on Game Pass. Why should I go and buy? Because it's not just exclusives. Lies of P is day one. That's a phenomenal game. That's part of your Game Pass, and that's not on the cloud. No, he's talking about
why buy the console when he can just get Game Pass and still get it on his TV or PC?
Because not all games are available on the cloud. Only the Microsoft games generally are available on the first party games are available. But if you're looking at games like Lies of P, which is a phenomenal game, I'm really enjoying that game, that's only available to download. And so many games on Game Pass are only available to download, not for the cloud.
That's true.
And that's where the difference is, and that's why the console comes into play.
Well, actually, Jordan, Microsoft is no longer a monopoly on Windows as of the ABK deal because if you remember, there was one statement that did say that Microsoft had to agree that in addition to selling the rights for cloud gaming for COD to Ubisoft, that they were going to also have to start making parity for Linux and Macintosh based machines. And they agreed.
Devastator, that would classify as an Xbox exclusive, yes.
Yep. See,
Okay.
the problem that people are failing to realize about Xbox exclusivity and how they say, oh, because it's on PC, it has no game or no true exclusives, is they're selling you the exclusive to the Game Pass. The console, the PC app, or anywhere that you can get Game Pass, they're not selling you on a specific place. They're selling you on Game Pass. That is where the exclusivity lies.
Yep. And at the end of the day, the Xbox console is just a
A
conduit of
medium.
playing. It's a medium of playing the Game Pass. You can pay $500 for a console that is going to perform relatively well, way better than probably £1,000 PC. Or you can go and build a £2,000 PC and or a £3,000 PC and get the ultimate in graphical fidelity. But do keep in mind, even if you do that, I think about 20% of the games or 25% of the games that are on Game Pass console aren't on PC. And I think there's
Yet.
about they just won't go over. And then there's like a bunch of I think there's like 10% of games that are on Game Pass PC that will never really appear on a console. So they still have their differences. If you want to get the full Game Pass experience, there's still a place for the console. And for everyone saying, "Oh, well, we'll just go build a PC." Well, what if you don't like PCs? What if you don't want to spend $2,000 on a PC? You just want a set-top box that's going to sit there and play for you. Then the Xbox is ideal. Do you think Microsoft would love to sell more consoles? Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? But would
Except
Microsoft
not
like
all
to sell?
exclusives are on Game Pass last.
Correct. But would Microsoft prefer to sell 25 million more subs? Like, if you asked, what would Microsoft choose? 25 million consoles, additional console sales, or 25 million Game Pass sales? They would pick 25 million Game Pass sales every single day of the week, without a shadow of doubt, because the money coming from Game Pass is all revenue. All of that is going to profits after they've paid for their cost, which is the 1 billion. With the console, they're making such a small margin if they're even making any profit on it. If they're even making any profit on it, that it's a loss leader. It's not worth it.
Now, last, I would agree with you to a point because, yes, it means that you don't technically need an Xbox because you can get Game Pass for PC, and as long as you have Game Pass, you can play it everywhere except for your PlayStation and your Switch. So you don't technically need an Xbox console, you just play it on your PC.
I
But
mean, how many?
again, you're missing the intent of the point of a Game Pass or an Xbox exclusive game to be played on a big TV. That's the difference experience. Now, if you have Game Pass on a smart TV that can just do it, that's a different story. But then again, you're looking at the cloud streaming, not the Game Pass exclusives.
Yeah, but how many Xbox consoles are there out there?
I want to say
About 25
50
million.
to 70 million.
I
No,
think it's
that's
about,
just the Game Pass subs.
no. Game Pass is at 45 million. How
And I
many
don't
consoles are there out there? I
know.
think it was like 22 to 25 million. So we've already seen that there's almost double the Game Pass subscriptions as there is to the consoles being sold. And that 45 million was in the leaked Microsoft documents that they accidentally leaked themselves. It was in the leaked documents. I'm not lying. It was in those documents where they actually had 44 million or 44.5 million, something like that. So they actually have just over 44 million Game Pass subscriptions, right? But they only have like 22, 24, maybe 25 million consoles sold. So that already shows you that more people are subscribing to Game Pass than they are buying the console.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Absolutely.
my two brothers who just dabble in video games, they've got Game Pass on their TV. They don't want a £500 console. They don't play enough, but they're happy to pay a subscription fee every time they want to play, and so they have it on their TV. I mean, obviously, I'm just talking about two people here, but the numbers already themselves paint a much different story. Look, one thing I don't appreciate, I don't lie. And I'll say this openly. If I don't know something, I will openly say, I think, or something along those lines, which will clearly indicate that I'm not 100% sure with my values. But if I don't say that, then I don't lie.
Same here.
Ever. And I don't appreciate being called a liar either.
Too much of a hassle.
No. That's fine. I just want because I know a lot of people. No, Jordan. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I know a lot of people just throw these numbers out of the way and think. What I want is when people like come to this show and I'm talking to them, interacting with them, whether you're a PlayStation fan, Xbox fan, Nintendo fan, I don't care what bracket you sit on. I'm happy to have that discussion. I'm even happy to bring you onto the show so you can talk and have your say. Got no problem with that.
Look at me. I'm here now.
But what I appreciate, what I want to, get across is that one of the few things that I absolutely despise is lying, among a few other things. And if I'm not as sure about something, I make that clear. So the documents that were leaked, if they were false, I'm only my information is only as accurate as those documents that were leaked by Microsoft stupidly. I mean, they were great information though, I have to admit. But they were at 44 million. But so no need to apologize. And if I feel bad for making you apologize. There was no need for it.
So I will say this last. Aside from being able to play your Xbox on a big TV rather than sitting at your computer, another great thing about having the Xbox console and not just Game Pass,
They are
playing it
vast.
on your TV or whatever, is because you can have multiple profiles on your console for your kids, for game sharing. That's why you do it. Because you're not going to have your 13, 15, 16-year-old kid with their own account unless you give them a very generous allowance to sit there and buy game after game after game when you can pay for Game Pass yourself, get a family plan for a little bit extra money, and then anything that's on that console, even if they don't have Game Pass, they can still play the games that you've downloaded or you're paying for. That's the real value because PlayStation, you can only set one system as your main console. So if I were to get a second PS5 from my son's room upstairs and put my account on it, anything that he buys that I give him money to purchase that he wants, I can play on my account in his room, and anything that I buy on the PS5 down here in the living room, he can come down here and certainly play himself too. And we don't have to buy the game twice.
Yeah, that's the best thing about for me for Xbox. Like,
But Xbox, you can do it multiple ways as long as you have your profile.
yeah. I mean, my kids have all kind of transitioned from consoles to PCs. They'll, they're traitors. They prefer keyboard and mouse. I just don't get them anymore. But one of the things is that they just love the fact that I like if I'm gonna buy a game, if it's available on both platforms because I buy games on PlayStation. If my friends are buying it on PlayStation, I'll buy it there. If my
Yeah.
friends are buying it on Xbox, I'll buy it there. I mean, that's the beauty of being a platform agnostic. You can buy the games wherever you want. You don't have to sit there and ask yourself, will this game be on my platform? You can just play any game you want because you've got all the platforms. And I appreciate not everyone can do that because it is an expensive thing to do. But it does give you the option of, if I buy this on Xbox, my kids can play it too. And I don't have to buy multiple copies of it. That's a service that Microsoft allows me to do. And that's great. If one day they
Not to
take that away
mention
from
that,
me, then they do.
not to mention that Xbox is still putting out lots of multiplayer games, whereas what has PlayStation put out that's multiplayer lately? Other than Call of Duty, which you can't play split screen anymore. Fortnite, which you can't play split screen.
But man,
Minecraft, you can technically, but
Helldivers
that's an
2,
old game.
that's fucked.
I mean, Helldivers 2, that's going to be a rough sell for multiplayer.
But not even that. It's just it's coming out with Persona 3 Reload, Tomb Raider 1 to 3 Remaster, and Mario versus Donkey Kong. I guess that one's an enigma because Nintendo fans won't care about
And don't
Helldivers.
forget Princess Peach Showdown.
Yeah, but that's Nintendo. They don't care about anything other than Nintendo. Hey, Chicken Eye,
Right.
how's it going? I was using my Xbox to stream video mostly. Part of what gets missed is buying it for movies, applications, and things that have little to nothing to do with gaming. That's another huge thing. Just followed your Chaos on Instagram. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I need to use that more. TheChaosLounge. There's also Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Oh, Jesus.
The next Yakuza game, yeah.
Didn't Sony learn anything from Horizon Forbidden West when they decided that we were going to go toe to toe, a mano with Elden Ring because we are Sony, and then got slapped so hard that they probably just started pulling Aloy's carcass away? It was bad, man. It got rough real quick for them with that. They sabotaged their own sales by trying to go head to head. Although, let's be real, I didn't expect Elden Ring to be the phenomenon it was.
No, no. I expected it to be a good game. I wasn't going to look into getting it only because I don't like Souls games.
I mean, I don't like Elden
Ar-
Ring at all.
Armored Core 6 is like the first Souls-born game that I've gotten. I do have the previous Armored Core games, but I like the mix and matching of the mix.
Indiana Jones, my most wanted game. Yeah,
Mm.
I can see that. I'm look. I hope it's going to be good. I hope they do the license justice. They should treat games like movies. If I buy a Blu-ray, DVD, digital combo, I can pretty much just watch it anywhere. I have 3 Xboxes and a PC. We shouldn't have to buy the game 4 different times. And with Xbox, you can kind of semi get away with it. PC, you're not getting away with it. Gaby wants his money. Where is third-party rumors? I see no announcements. We're probably going to hear. I mean, they're not going third-party. They're just going to release a few games here and there that have passed their sell-by date on Xbox and are just going to go to other platforms to try and get a few extra bucks. The best upcoming Xbox games are Perfect Dark and Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 for sure.
And don't forget
We've
Avowed.
actually seen that. Avowed, I'm still waiting to see gameplay, like not 2 seconds of gameplay, but actual gameplay. So I'll make that judgment then. Perfect Dark, I loved Perfect Dark, but I want to see the actual game. We haven't seen anything. But I'm hoping Avowed is good because Obsidian generally make good games. I play Xbox games on my Xbox and Sony games on my PC.
Has Obsidian had a flop in a game yet?
Wasn't Obsidian Young Blood Wolfenstein? That was catastrophic. Or was that Machine Games?
Were they? I think that might have been Machine Games.
Hellblade 2 looks so sick, but I am curious about Indiana Jones as well. I mean, Indy's going to be the biggest one that everyone's going to wonder. If that it shows up and it doesn't look great, just stay off Twitter for like 2 weeks or something. Elden Ring exceeded my expectations. I just couldn't get on with it. I didn't like it. But my kid, I think he had like 9 playthroughs in the end before he got bored. 9. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? But I'm someone who prefers traditional RPGs. Doesn't have to be open world, but it's a plus. Next Thursday, Microsoft Dev Direct. Devastator. Yes, we're going to be streaming it here. Oh, it was Machine. Okay. We're
Okay.
definitely going to be streaming the Dev Direct here live. Probably not in this UI setup. I'm probably going to just have me in the corner and we're going to have it full screen so everyone can enjoy the show.
Oh, here's a quick question for you, Chaos.
Go for it.
What do you think of the Fallout TV show that they're making?
I'm excited for it. I mean, it's closer than the Halo one, right?
I'm not gonna even go there with the Halo. I'm surprised that they did what they did in the trailer for the second
Because
season.
it sold well. You see, again, this goes back to my original point where I said, for us hardcore gamers, seeing Hi-Fi Rush going to another to Switch, we find that offensive. We find that as a betrayal. We are not happy with it, right? But when I asked my son,
I can see that.
he's like, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. Did I get to play it for free? Yes. Okay, so that's all he cares about. He doesn't care about the exclusivity stuff. He doesn't care about this or that. All he cares about is, did I get to play it? And if the answer is yes, that's all he cares about. And the
Yeah.
general consensus I see for Halo, those that aren't invested in the lore really enjoyed the show. But those that follow the video games absolutely hated the show. And there are more people out there that aren't invested in the Halo lore than they are in the ones that are. So it actually did really well for them.
I mean, honestly, when I heard that there was a Halo TV show, I was kind of hoping it was gonna be more like Red versus Blue style. Not gonna lie, that would have been hilarious.
Perfect. Not going to cost over 1 billion. That'd be interesting. Yeah, so it's chill. It's very hard to make shows of books, video games. Without... See, the way I approach any game, TV series, or any game,
Based
movie
off a book.
based off a book, anything, right? I approach it without expecting it to follow anything from the book. I just want to see the characters in live action, and I just want to just watch whatever they're portraying. And I generally enjoy that a lot more. I never expect going into them that it's going to be a one-to-one rendition. Now, The Last of Us was pretty close. I still feel like they wasted an episode, because they had to cut some of the more comical stuff that were happening throughout the game.
Yeah.
And if they didn't do that, I think that extra episode that they had with Barry and his partner would have been okay. But they actually took away from some of the more important stuff that they just didn't have time to showcase. So I think that was a bit of a letdown, but it was a great show. And the fact that they're doing a part 2 for it is, it's amazing. I think and it was really well done. That was actually really close to the source material, and I really enjoyed it. And to me, it shows that if they do it close to the source material, you'll enjoy it. But then you've got Street Fighter the movie, and everyone loves that movie because it's so bad, yet it's still enjoyable, right? That little spark from Ken when he did his Hadouken, that was like a little lighter being matched up, was great. Everyone loved it. But I don't go into these thinking it's going to be a one-to-one rendition. I just walk into these. Oh, look, it's Master Chief. He's smashing stuff up. I have fun watching it. If I'm watching Lord of the Rings, like spin-offs, I see the characters that I recognize. Cool. I don't expect it to follow the story. If it does, that's a bonus. But if it doesn't, happy days. Oh, damn, Steve Watson. I'm not taking my top off like Alex, though. You're missing it by a penny. Good night and keep up the good work, Chaos. Thank you so much for that super chat, dude. Wow, 50. That's amazing.
Nice.
I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much.
Have a good night, Steve.
Yeah. Oh no, it's Alex takes his top off for $50. No one wants to see these man boobs, right? I might have to wear a bra at some point. But seriously, dude, thank you so much for that. That's amazing. Have a good night, Steve.
Thanks for coming out.
I must confess, I don't really care anymore about exclusive games anymore. I'll pick up brand. I'll stick with it. I mean, that's the average consumer is like that, Wayne. That is the average consumer. Um, but you know, I also get what Cesano's saying. It's very hard to make shows of books, video games without messing with the passion of the fan base. You know, people who are really loyal to the Lord of the Rings that have been following the story through the books, they expect it to be something because they're invested like a long time into that. They're drawn into the whole lore of it. They expect to see it. Whereas the average consumer hasn't read the books. All they've seen is the movie. And
That
so
is
when
true.
they go and watch Ring of Power, oh, we've got more Lord of the Rings. We've got cool fight scenes and stuff like that. They don't care if it's not following the story. They don't care if it's not following because they don't even know the plot. All they're seeing is some cool bow and arrow stuff, a girl that can do random sword fights, which with amazing. They're seeing this city constantly getting flooded through premonitions and then it eventually happens. But they're seeing all these cool after effects and stuff. That's all they care about. That's the average person, and I think a lot of people kind of miss that overall in the grand scheme of things. Whether it's movies, video games, they don't care. The average person just wants to sit down and, like I say, shoot pixels if they're into FPS. Like, I know people that play like 2 hours of gaming a week. That's all they have time for, and that's all they do. And they, they sit down for like 20, 30 minutes every other day when they come back from work because they've had a long day, and it's just like a relaxing kind of removal of just detoxing themselves. And but we're hardcore gamers, so we look at it crazy. We go to the trenches. We're at war. We're ready to go and fight for our brands. But the average person looks at us and thinks we're absolutely batshit crazy. Because neither
Devastator, I can't answer that because I have no clue how they pick their launch dates. Start of summer, end of summer, end of winter, beginning of quarter. Who knows? Maybe it has some significance to somebody who worked as a dev on the team.
why we have a multiverse makes a great way to change up things. Hey, Dwayne, how's it going? I've been playing games for over 35 years. I've even worked in the games industry. I just don't care anymore. I'm back with Xbox and I'm not going anywhere. And that's fine. I, even before I started becoming a content creator, the one thing I usually did every generation, like I remember with the Saturn, I bought a Saturn, a PlayStation, an N64. I just, at the start of every generation, I might not get the Pro console because I just don't see a lot of value in it, considering the games are still going to be held back by the original counterparts. I try to buy one of each console at the start. I save up when I know that they're coming out. I pay whatever it is, get those 3 consoles or 2 consoles if that's all that's available at the time. It took me a while to get the Switch because it was out of stock. But once you have those consoles, Xbox, PlayStation, the question stops being, is this game available on my platform? The question then becomes, what game do I want to play? Because it doesn't matter. You can go into any store and buy any game you want at that point. It doesn't matter whether it's an Xbox exclusive or a PlayStation exclusive. At that point, the moment you own one of each console, that exclusivity problem disappears. It goes away. It doesn't exist. Dwayne Morse, PC rules.
Wow.
Another $50. Oh damn! I'm gonna have to start getting some. I'm still not taking my top off though. But I tell you what, I'll show you a bit of that. That's as far as it's going. But thank you so much, Dwayne. Holy shit! You guys are spoiling me tonight.
Have a good one, Dwayne.
Jesus, you guys are spoiling me. Horizon launch dates are by far the worst ones. Hey, Horizon was ridiculous. They can take out the ring. First kid I barely met. First kid I barely manage to make time to sleep. Most people likely don't have the time. Dude, I remember. This is a true story, by the way. Play the music,
Oh
let's see the lips.
God!
No.
Don't become
I,
review tech.
no, he's
Oh
talking about, oh
no,
no, it's
Rich.
Alex.
No, Rich.
Oh, I don't worry. He's bad.
Il Ray Tito says, "Don't become review tech, please."
I will not do that to you guys. But seriously, Dwayne Moss, thank you very much for that $50 super chat. PC's rule. There you go. Have a good night, dude.
See,
But
review tech has the chicken that he talks to. Chaos has me.
I mean,
I at least talk back.
I could chat with my little Cade. He might be able to give a good conversation. No, okay, maybe not. But I
I
remember,
mean, I can always grab my wife's EV plushies and just line them up around my desk.
but
Of course, she'd probably have something to say about that.
So I remember back. Have you not heard of a game called Final Fantasy XI? It was an MMO game. It's actually my favorite MMO of all time. I spent 7 years playing that game. I still want to go back to it someday. It's still actually active. And I remember I was so hooked onto this game. The missus was pregnant with our first child. My mum was round. Her parents were round because she was pretty much ready to go into labor. And I was, while they were looking after her, running circles around her, I was there in my corner like I am right now, grinding away in Quiffim Island, leveling up. And I was in a party at the time, an XP party, and I was about to ding and, to level up. I was really close. And then I heard a shriek from the other room. So I was thinking, oh, is she ready? And I thought it was Branston Hicks, right? Because we've already had a Branston Hicks sket thing once. And my mum came in and she goes, get dressed. We have to go now. I said, but I'm about to ding. And she was like, are you serious? And she was like, get up now. And I'm like, can you wait for 2 minutes? It's so bad, I know. She beat me like there was no tomorrow. I got in that car and I left. But it's weird how we get so invested in games that we can often lose track of reality. And it's I think people need to generally just take a step back. If you look on Twitter, a lot of people are being very offensive and are being a bit stupid.
I mean, it's Twitter. Would you expect anything different?
Yeah. But we just get too invested. But she won't let me live that down. By the way, the fact that I wanted an extra minute to level up.
Now you've had this screen up for a good minute, and I was thinking it over.
Okay, so
as
this
we were
is the
doing
one
all
we
this other
I actually wanted to cover because we're getting towards the end of the stream now.
Okay.
So this guy over here, Marcel Hattam, after recently sharing my favorite games of 2023, it's time to look at the future. While 2024 will probably end up being less stacked with mega hits, there should still be plenty of great games to keep us entertained. Best of luck to everyone looking to announce or ship something this year. And here's what I hope to play this year. So you've got Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Star Wars Outlaws. I mean, is Dreadwolf even scheduled for this year? Assassin's Creed Codename Red. And it's this TBA game. Now, Avowed is obviously coming. We've got multiple sources saying Avowed is coming 2024. Space Marine, Final Shape, Suicide Squad, Towerborn, Prince of Persia, Lost Crown. That's actually an interesting one. Almost every platform runs it at 60. And then you've got this over here with the MA15 Plus, Project 2023B, showing that there's a new game coming. It's a 15 plus rated game from the Australian. And this is the one that they think is thing. But this is the one I'm saying, it says a TBA game there, right? But if you look at the media type, it's PC, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, and PlayStation 5. So this tells you that it's a 15 rated game that's already available on Xbox Series consoles.
And it's from ZeniMax.
And it's from ZeniMax. What could it be?
And id Software. Could that be the Doom Year Zero game that was
No,
teased?
because it's not announced for Xbox. This is a pre-existing game.
Well, it says Xbox One.
Yeah, but not Series X. There's no
Maybe they
series.
just ran out of room.
No. That would be there. They'll just make the text smaller. So
That's
I'm really
true.
curious as to what this could actually be. And I think this could be the the game that they're talking about that's going to go to other platforms.
Ghostwire Tokyo 2?
But it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to think of what other games that we know from ZeniMax and id that might fit the bill.
Hey Chaos, have you seen Jeff Keighley Twitter lately? Apparently Sony has a new partnership and you won't guess who it and what it's for. Let's have a look.
Uh-oh.
Let's have a look.
Live and exposed.
Jeff Healy. Okay, it's not that one. Illumin's Flashlight.
Alan Wake 3.
Is it Alan Wake 3? Where he refuses to take any damn chances. I saw this card. This is actually powered by Microsoft AI. That's actually really damn cool. That's actually a collaboration between Honda, Sony, and Microsoft. So they actually do work together. Is Psychonauts 2 15? Like a 15 rated? I guess MAUs are now important to Sony, right?
Yeah.
All this time.
I saw that too.
What am I missing here?
Live action Legend of Zelda movie.
Writing is underway for a series based on God of War for Prime and Horizon Zero Dawn. That would be actually interesting.
So God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn Netflix special?
I guess we're gonna get
or TV series.
Was it Chris Judge playing Kratos? Kind of have to at this point,
please
right?
No.
Boy,
please no.
Boy.
I mean, I like Chris Judge, but oh my god.
But
that would be like a nail to coffin.
What have they announced? It's a partnership. Yeah, I've seen that. But it's not just Sony and Honda. It's also Microsoft. The technology, the AI technology behind the Honda, behind this, is powered by Microsoft AI. So it's like a collaboration of all three. But you know what? Triple H's Kratos. I just want a Gears of War movie, right?
Oh, to put a DualSense controller. It's the post right underneath that one.
Yeah. You can control the car with the DualSense. This is the car.
Yep.
And you can control it. The problem is, as you're driving along after 2 hours, you're gonna have to put like a traffic sign outside and say, "Sorry, charging my controller." It's gonna be like, "Sorry, charging controller, pass along." But there was that PlayStation showcase. I'm hoping I'm not gonna get copyrighted for this.
I don't think there's any music. I have it pulled up, and I watched about half of it so far. It's mostly.
Do you remember
Toki talking?
Do you know that thing I played in a couple of streams ago about the Spider-Man parodies where they turned it into Naruto for 10 seconds? They copyrighted a 4-hour stream for that. For 10 seconds.
What?
I appealed against it, and they said nope. It's getting denied. And I said, all right. I said, all right, that's cool. And then I said, I'll just mute that whole 10 seconds. And then YouTube was like, you know what? Success! Guardian, success! And I got it uncopyrighted. Let's make sure that we get anything. let's see. I mean, this is their super secret showcase, right? They were waiting for the CES. Gotta see
Yeah.
what's going on. Gotta see what's going on. All right, all right. Who's got high hopes for this? Are we gonna see like amazing games? At TheChaosLounge and at Power World live stream next Friday.
I'm down.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Friday is my normal streaming day, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to do
always around.
Tuesdays and Fridays now, so we can just get some stories. Also, by the way, for those of you that are that watch my React videos, are you enjoying those? Do you like them? I know some
Oh
of
yeah,
them.
they're great.
I know some of you got really upset with the last one I did with Donkey. You kind of took it the wrong way. What I was saying, I was just making clear that I feel like Xbox does need that head turning game. All right, Sony does more than just gaming. I do. I used to have their phones. I don't like their TVs anymore. I think they're making a mistake leaving the OLED and going to LCD.
I think that Sony's hardware has gone downhill. They're losing their identity.
Yeah, I'm. Trust me. When she saw it, it was let's just say her facial expression was really, really interesting. Let's see.
PlayStation
Tyler, your turn for what?
has been the leader in gaming innovation for decades, building a community of avid fans and game developers, as shown here. The overall number of monthly active users for PlayStation in December was 123 million accounts, which is record high. Last year, we developed Gran Turismo Sophie, our most competitive AI agent. It is now available to Gran Turismo players on PS5 as an ideal race competitor.
That PS5 Sophie, that Gran Turismo Sophie, is actually supposed to be really, really good. It actually learns the more you play. So, Skynet confirmed. Susano, I agree. The Vio I really liked Sony's Vio. Really good.
Yeah.
My turn for Chaos to watch my clip. I'm here the entire that reaction. Is this your clip? Was this you? I'm guessing you are Leafstorm.
GT Sophie's human-like racing interactions greatly enhances the driving experience for all.
Hey, Josh, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
PlayStation continue to expand on being the best place to play by offering even greater access to gaming experiences.
Let's go. What are they doing? See, he said yo too. Oh god, I'm gonna have to cut that volume down a bit.
I'm not seeing anything.
So what's here?
Outstanding.
I think that's cool. I've actually seen people using that doing Elden Ring. Really impressive.
With that controller?
Yeah. Hey, look, it's the 60 FPS native running Portal. And the no gameplay Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I still say Horizon is their best franchise. I actually enjoy Horizon way more than any of their other franchises. Helldivers. Why does this game just look so generic to me? Marathon is also just not going to be a thing.
Working hamburger.
Marathon's thing. Just gonna. Is that it? That was their showcase.
In this video, we're talking about how
No, you're not talking about anything. That was
Sad.
yeah. I mean, at least they got a showcase. Look, don't be down on them, man. They were waiting for this showcase for a long time. They got it. They finally got
That
their
was
showcase.
even
Be happy
worse
for them.
than the state of play that they had at the end of last year.
I actually reached out to Sony and said, "Hey, would you be willing to send me a portal so I can review it?" Obviously, they said no because my channel wasn't big enough. I mean, they would have sent it to me, which was interesting, but they only had limited and thing. But I can't imagine anyone actually wanting to pay money for it when you can go buy a
that
Steam
much
Deck for
money either.
$100 more and just get just better.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Chaos.
Then it
not
will
that
probably
bad.
sabotage Marathon too, like Helldivers. Man, I'll be surprised. I mean, I would be more curious if Marathon is even going to make it out after, if Bungie's even still there. Waste of a few minutes just showed us MAU and a
'cause-
commercial. That's exactly what they showed, and I'm going to get demonetized for that.
Isn't Marathon like half made by Bungie? They're working in conjunction with Bungie half and half.
I
for
mean, Marathon's been developed by Bungie entirely. It's an
is,
in-house
okay.
project.
Gotcha.
Global,
I mean,
the Twitter account for
When they
Avowed.
put out something like Destiny or Destiny 2, and then they go to those polygon graphics, that's going backwards. That is not state-of-the-art gameplay by any means with what they've previously put out, you know?
People are really salty. They're upset. People are upset. No, I get that. I get that. I totally get that. What's going on here? Pray to for someone who believes in willingness. In the I am being so trolled on Twitter at the moment. People are going all out.
Hire this Sony, hire this man.
Granted, I'm not going to explain what I meant by that. I don't get paying for something my phone can already do. No, I totally get that. And I think if the portal was priced at $100 or maybe $129.99, I think it would be actually pretty decent. A standalone device, big screen, gives you a controller on the either side with haptic feedback. I think, considering a backbone on its own is costing you $100, $129.99, I think it's a easy sell for me.
I almost
But at
would've
$200, it's just
argued
too much.
150.
I think 150 is even too much. $129.99 should have been the retail price. But they know that no matter what they put out there, even if it's a brick with a PlayStation logo, they'll buy it.
As proof by the portal, except half of those are probably
I mean, give me a
scalpers.
reason why Bluetooth isn't on there. Just one reason why Bluetooth isn't on there. Outside of milking their community, making them pay $150 to $200 more for a pair of AirPods.
That's literally it. And the funny thing is, the earbuds have Bluetooth functionality, so they have even more technology in them than the portal does.
Yeah. I know, right, Josh? Not really doing the social media thing other than YouTube. It seems like a rage fest when I look at social media. At the moment, it is. Everyone is at war. I mean, last night I said that in my opinion, Steam is a platform. And in my opinion, and I said, in my opinion, not your opinion, my opinion, I see Steam as its own platform, just like I see Epic, just like I see Xbox and Stadia, and, well, Stadia was. But, you get the point I'm making.
Yeah.
The onslaught I got, my opinion is the correct one, you are wrong. So I turned around and I said, look, at the end of the day, you're not going to change my mind, no matter how much you try. We can agree to disagree. You think you're right? I think I'm right. Let's agree to disagree and move on with our lives. No, you can't be saying that. I'm right and you know you're wrong and you're just deflecting. And I'm like, it was like 4 a.m. in the morning. And I said, you know what? I'll tell you what. you seem really hurt by this. So I'm gonna go bed. You keep, triggered sending me messages. And when I wake up in the morning, I'll respond. And you can look at my profile. You can look at my profile, right? It actually says I'm from the fucking UK. I'm in London, England. It's not like I've got it hidden anywhere, right?
Right.
And my dude is like, "Oh, see, he's run away. He knows he's wrong." And I'm like, "You are a fucking moron, aren't you?"
Chaos, you're familiar with the brand Turtle Beach in Xbox, right?
Yes.
And PlayStation. Have you seen the new controller that they're putting out? So about a 200-pound controller.
No.
It's right on their website if you just go to turtlebeach.com.
Digit. I think the dual sense is about £70 here in the UK. 70, 80 pounds. So I think £129.99 is fair, considering the backbone is coming out at £99. It's £100, right?
You're literally paying for.
I think that's a fair price. £129.99 I think is a fair price, but 200 is way too much.
Now, with this controller that he has on screen here,
Yeah.
I would just like to point out, okay, PlayStation 5 controllers are all about talking about the haptic feedbacks and everything that the PS5 controller, despite the symmetrical design compared to the offset Xbox controller's design, that they say have haptics.
Okay.
This controller for
Ah,
Xbox,
this is the one with the digital display. I remember
it
hearing about
has
this.
10 times more functionality than anything current Xbox or PlayStation 5 controllers have, including haptic feedbacks, and this is an Xbox exclusive controller.
Okay, there's only one problem with that. Just one. I'm even liking the 30-hour battery life. But there's only one problem with that. Do you know what it is?
Which part?
I mean, haptic feedbacks are fine. Are we talking haptic feedback in like a resistance to triggers and stuff like that?
Supposedly it's on parity with a PS5 haptic feedback.
That has to be developed into the game in order for it to take on that functionality. So if the developers are actually going to take advantage of that, happy days. I don't see them doing that.
Well, the new Elwood was supposed to come out with a haptic feedback controller with it. So they are developing it.
Yeah, but is it coming with it? Is the Elwood console even coming, or are they waiting for Xbox Next to design that? This is actually a nice controller. How much is it?
200.
Yeah, but how much is it in the UK?
I don't know what the price change is. Should be on there somewhere.
You want me to add to cart without seeing the price? Are you crazy?
I'm not saying.
Make 3 payments of £59, so it's 180.
Okay, so slightly less than.
Yeah, because we've got the price conversion, right? The pound is slightly stronger.
But the fact that it not only has a 30-hour battery life, but it's also easier to connect to your PC because it's an Xbox controller, that right there is huge. Because those PlayStation games that do have haptic feedback, like Spider-Man 2 built in, or Spider-Man 2018 and Miles Morales and all the God of Wars and everything that are coming to PC, this controller is the perfect solution.
Dude, I'm more excited about this display.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. You can do so much with it.
You're gonna be playing. Your missus sends you a WhatsApp. Your partner sends you a WhatsApp. I'm upstairs waiting. Bye, guys. And everyone will accept it and just continue playing, holding that line, defending you while you're gone for however long you're gone. Devastator says, Chaos Lounge and Power Boss, watch Pony start treating Dragon's Dogma 2 like Elden Ring. When Rise of Ronin releases, there will be... Oh, yeah. I mean, Dragon's Dogma, anyone trying to release a game at the same time of that is crazy.
Yeah, Dragon's Dogma is going to be...
When is Alone in the Dark coming out? Because that one was... They actually delayed their game 3 times because they can't find a window to release it. They're scared. They delayed it 3 times now. The game's done. It's ready. It's ready to release. But they keep going, yeah, I'm not releasing it in that window. We actually want to sell a game. And then they got to Christmas and they said, yeah, that's a Spider-Man window. We're going to... no, they said they didn't want to compete with Spider-Man and Alan Wake. So they delayed it to January. But now in January, you've got all those games coming out. In February, you've got the likes of Final Fantasy 7 and whatnot. When are they going to actually release that game? You know, people are triggered over everything these days. Folks actively look for something to hate on it. It is. And I wasn't even saying anything bad. I was actually being respectful. I turned around and was saying, let's agree to disagree. I think, you know, if someone's telling you that we're not going to agree on this, and we can agree to disagree, there's nothing wrong with that. And we can all go our separate ways and everyone's going to be happy. And this is a dude that basically started getting really toxic on Twitter. And it's, you know, it's a content creator I actually liked watching. And he just lost me for being a dick. Like, I don't get that mentality. Susanna, what do you mean by which one? I hope Sony gets to own Bungie outright. You know, at this point, I'm not so sure that's actually a bad thing.
Oh,
Because
Susanna was talking about the controller.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually not sure, Jordan, if that's actually a bad thing. My original reaction to that was that it was bad, but the way Bungie have handled Destiny and shown that they just don't care how the game is even developed anymore. There's more bugs in that game than there is with Skyrim and any other game combined. And I'm talking launch Skyrim, right?
Oh, wow.
There is more bugs in Destiny than thing. Like my friend was doing, you know, Taz, he was doing a flawless dungeon run. And he jumped into something and he fell through the floor and got stuck in a place and he can't get out. And he spent like over 2 hours in there doing that flawless run. That's it. It's game done. There is so many bugs in that game. It's ridiculous. So many disconnects. I mean, that game is pretty much running on gingerbread at the moment. So if Sony actually takes over, they may just streamline it at the end of the day and it may lose what little Destiny identity it has left. But I'm not quite sure it's actually going to be a bad thing at this point. If it's the one with the screen, I kind of want that. I see.
That little screen can have your FPS and temperatures on it.
Jesus, that's an ugly controller. I think the new controller will be released. Pay the shop pay. Hey, look.
Not to mention it has LEDs on it that you can change colors too.
Yeah, but look, they are offering you. Yeah, look. They've seen that this actually works for PlayStation, where they had to sign up to Klarna to buy Bungie in 3 installments. They've seen if it works for Sony, it's going to work for everyone else. So you've got that. We've got that option now, haven't we?
Well, Turtle Beach does make Sony products too.
I know.
They
That's
do
where
it better
Klarna comes.
and right.
Let's see. I believe it's the stealth. These are rough because the feel of the controller matters more than the features. Yeah. I get that. The features are cool, but not when your hands start cramping. I won't know until I use it. No, I totally get that. Damn, Chaos be admitting he ditching the boys for.
Ouch, Tyler. 280 Canadian for that
Controller got announced a long time ago. What if you could program Afterburner to see FPS and temps on that little screen? I mean, that's the thing. If they can do, I mean, if the homebrew community can actually get away with it, you know what? Forget all of that digit. I need Doom on there. It's gonna happen. The original Doom is gonna be on there. You're gonna see someone playing the original Doom on that thing. You'll see it. It just has to happen. It has to happen.
That would be weird.
But it's gonna happen. I thought it was January unless delayed again. It was January, Diablo. I just don't know if it's still coming. Didn't realize I could finally get it. Holy moly, that controller is 280 Canadian.
Anti-stick drift.
What about it?
Those
Yeah, I'll believe that
controllers
shit when I see it. This is the one thing I actually appreciate from the PlayStation DualSense Elite, I guess, is it called, or Pro?
The Elite, yeah.
The fact that you can remove the analog sticks and just replace them if you need to. I think that's a great feature that all controllers should do.
Yeah, not with the Portal.
Hey, the portal their sticks are so tiny. You need baby hands to use it. The problem is
perfect
they
for
made mobility too good. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing controllers with systems in them. They'll fit these days. I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, I want to see Doom. But if you're talking about like an actual console built into it, I can see that happening. You know, like the kind of Mega Drive controllers that we have right now, right?
Oh yeah.
Mega Drive controller with games. Probably not going to give me what I'm looking for. Yeah, not that.
Series
Something
Elite
like
Super
this,
Amp.
I think. Yeah, I mean that's an atrocious controller by any means, but
Oh God.
that's actually got a built-in Mega Drive, a Genesis. That looks horrendous. How the hell can anyone use that? That almost reminds me of the Boomerang PlayStation controller that was being announced for the PS3 that
They
everyone
could
thought
have
was
at
coming.
least made it black and red, or black and blue.
I've never seen this before. I just clicked on the first thing that came here. That
That is
looks.
ugly coloring. Holy cow! It looks
Oh,
orange on the box, and the controller is yellow.
this is more like it. That's more like it. 8-button
Yeah.
arcade pro, and that actually does this have any games in it? No, it's not. It's just a controller.
8-button controller.
Yeah. Ah, but folks, I think we have reached the end of the stream. It is 2 a.m. and I start work in 6 hours.
Well, you get yourself to bed.
My God, I'll say this. I absolutely hate this series. Elite 2 analog magnets. They are weak, and half the time I'm gaming, they fall off. Well, I haven't heard my kid. He's got the core. He hasn't complained about it just yet. No, but I was saying that the native Android app streams from your console and not the cloud on my Quest. Yeah. My Steam Deck also streams from the console. The Quest is going to be from the cloud, yeah. Ah, that's what you were saying earlier. Right. You sideloaded the actual Xbox app. Right. Okay. That makes more sense. You need to sleep. You need sleep.
Oh.
Go. But yeah, we will be back on Friday with another stream. You know, popular to request. People were asking me because they got a little bit upset about me doing the fall of Xbox One. I have found a fall of PlayStation, so I will be reacting to that as well. So if you do have any content you do want me to react to, though, I'm trying to release like 2 videos a day, a react video and a news post video. So if you do have anything, feel free to join my Discord. And you know, there's a section there purely for just react content that you can just post, and I'll just go through that and pick the ones that I like that I want to react to, and just create a little back catalog and release those on a daily basis. If you guys are enjoying the react videos, which I hope you are, without ripping me apart too much.
Hey, I give it 2 weeks from today when Power World releases in 10 days, and give us all the time to download, install, and preload it and get it running for the first time, and we'll do a whole community stream out of it.
Yeah.
That'd be
Raid
fun.
Tito. One thing I will say, it took my son 3 attempts to actually get a working core. 3 attempts. 3. But folks, that is going to be it for me for tonight. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the super chats. Seriously, that I'm blown away by your generosity. I really appreciate it. And I will see you on Friday for the stream. And I will see you hopefully in my other videos where I'll chat to you in the comment section. PS has a huge image problem. When a gamer sees a PS5, they're thinking Tlu Spider-Man. Yeah, that is true. That is their biggest issue.
I joined your Discord now that I know you go shirtless like Rich.
Oh, I joined your Discord now. No, I don't want to. You don't want to. Look. You can't see it. See. I lifted my top up a little bit. Even the camera decided to turn off. See, look at it. The camera just turned itself off. It heard I was trying to take my top off. He doesn't want to know anymore. Right, folks. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Remain legend.
Have a good one, everybody.